and driver demand.
This Heart of Hollywood initiative has been
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the first day of this hearing of the Budget and Finance Committee as we consider the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. Today is April 30th, 2019. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee, joined by all of my colleagues, Mr. Blumenfield, Mr. Kretz, Mr. Bonin, and Mr. Price, and we are ready to begin today's hearing. This is the longest, most detailed hearing of any committee of the year. And we will be going over the course of the next week and a half or so. We will be going over the budgets of every city department. We will be taking public comment on the budget every day of these hearings. We'll be considering potential policy changes. We'll be considering efficiencies. We will be going through the Mayor's proposed budget with a fine-toothed comb and hearing from all of the relevant staff members who will be able to respond to our concerns. So I want to just say at the outset, for the members of the public who are here, who are used to coming and providing testimony at council hearings, the Budget and Finance Committee's consideration of the budget is a unique kind of hearing in that it is one single meeting that spans over multiple days. It is a special meeting, so we will not be taking general public comment on any topic. All public comment will be related to the city's budget. Because it is a continuous hearing that extends over multiple days, it would be permissible under appropriate law to have one round of public comment for the hearing and then have no more for the remaining days. But we don't do that. Here in this committee, we prefer to have comment every single day that we're here so that we maximize the opportunities of the public to come in and comment upon the work that we're doing. So I'm going to do my level best to try to make sure that we have comment towards the beginning of the meeting so that anyone who wants to come and comment can plan their schedule accordingly so that they don't have to come at and sit here all day long. You can come at the beginning, provide your comment, and then make your own choice of whether you wish to stay for the rest. Members, as we have in past years, this is going to be an opportunity to provide each of you to ask questions that you would like to have asked of general managers and their staff, to get reports back to this committee relating to the budget and relating to other policy matters that you might want to consider. Keep in mind that we will not be considering non-budget related policies, questions. We will get our reports back that are budget related, and we will resolve those. Other types of reports for other kinds of information we will schedule at future meetings so as not to slow down the process of budget approval. The other thing I wanted to remind each of you is that as we go through, well, just to recap last year. Last year we had close to 300 requests for memos in the course of this hearing. 165 budget memos and 120 special study memos. That was a lot. We managed it, but that was a lot. We'll do our best, and I would ask all of you to kind of do our best to consolidate motions and reports back when we can, so that we can streamline the process for our staff and both as they're preparing the memos and then also for us upon consideration of the memos. And then at the beginning of each day of hearing, we will consider the prior day's list of report requests, as we have in recent years. So that will give you an opportunity to review the list, make sure that the request is worded the way you want, so that before staff starts digging into these things, we're very clear in what our instruction is for what we want reported back. So each day we'll approve the list, and then we will ask staff to get busy on getting those reports back to us. So if there's any mistranscription or anything that you want to modify in your budget request, please feel free to have your staff work directly with the CAO, and then we'll try to get that finalized each and every day. I would ask, again, I'd remind you, as I do every year, that we are going to have before us throughout the course of these hearings everybody who could possibly be necessary to answer all of the questions relating to the budget we may have. So to the extent that you can provide to the departments in advance what you anticipate your questions might be, we can get answers right here and now during the hearing, and it may not be necessary to get a full report back if we can get an answer to your satisfaction from the person who's the best suited person to provide that information, who will be here. If, to the extent that we can be sort of disciplined about doing that, it will significantly reduce staff's workload and our workload at the end of the hearing as we have to go through these budget memos. So to the extent that you can do that, let's try to get our questions answered as best we can during the course of the hearing. With that, what we'll begin with today is presentation of the mayor's budget by the mayor's budget team. That will be followed by an overview of both the budget and revenue issues and other sort of macro issues by the CAO. And then after that, after the CAO comes up and report, we'll take the public comment that folks have signed up for already, and then we'll go ahead and move into our departments. We'll be starting with the Office of Finance and Treasurer, the City Attorney, the City Controller, City Ethics Commission, Personnel, and hopefully we can get to EWDD before we end the day as well. I also want to remind everyone that we have a virtually perfect record of completing the Budget and Finance Committee hearings each day prior to 7 p.m. And given the fact that this appears to be a budget that anticipates many of the council's concerns and largest priority issues, I'm hoping to keep that record as we go through this process as well. That's going to require teamwork, which I'm counting on us all to stick to. So with that, would anybody else like to say anything in advance or any questions about process or procedure? Before we go to the mayor's team, I just want to officially recognize Mr. Price to his first big budget hearing. It's good to have you aboard, and we'll try to make it a pleasant process as we go through, Mr. Price. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to flag a couple things. One, I think every year this committee recognizes that the personnel department is not adequately funded, and every year we talk at least a little bit about it. It's interesting that our neighborhood council budget advocates note that also in their document, which says the city's personnel department was eviscerated after 2008, ultimately costing the city more money and lost productivity than was ever saved by the cuts. And despite repeated calls to fix clear-cut problems, the department has not been made whole and continues to be unable to supply other departments with the qualified personnel for them to operate efficiently. I mean, I usually, before we start this process, beat up on them a little bit, and they maybe tell me one position that they could get that would help a little bit, or one area that needs a little bit of help, and we usually fund it, and we scratch away at a little corner of the problem. But I would like to see this the year where we actually identify the positions that they need that aren't in the mayor's budget and normally wouldn't be in our add-ons, and actually make this department functional. I think it makes the whole city much less functional. without it, and it's time we took that action. So I'm going to be focused on that, and to a lesser degree ITA and how that meshes, because the efficiencies that they provide help personnel get to where they need to go. They've made some progress, but there's still a lot of things we need to do. As the advocates note, the city is not only underfunded, it is undermanned because of this department. So I would encourage us to take a good long look at how we could really make this department functional once and for all, in a way it hasn't been in the 10 years that I've been on the council and in the 10 years following the recession. The recession is over. We're still not brimming in cash, but I think we can afford to spend the money to make our city much more efficient and functional. I'm also going to nudge, as you might not be surprised, in the environmental direction, that we spend a little more money than the $200,000 allocated in the mayor's budget to move to create our climate emergency mobilization office and to start to make it functional. We have 11 and a half years of the 12 years the UN recommended, by which time we have to dramatically address climate change. And I'd like to be sure that we focus on that as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we hear from the mayor's team? Mr. Blumenfield?
So, say a quick word. One, really appreciate you, Mr. Chair, and the way you've handled us these previous years, and I know that's going to be how we're going to move forward this year. And overall, I'm really pleased with this budget. It is probably the best budget that I have seen in my 6 years of being a council member, in terms of funding priorities and having enough money for a lot of our priorities. There's a lot of things that we can tweak, and we should tweak, and certainly, as Mr. Koretz has mentioned, making sure our back house is in order is critically important to build the foundation of this city, and that's always critical. And just as long as we're signaling in advance, another area that I think is really important that we need to focus on. I'd like this to be the year that we finally get urban forestry back to pre-recession levels and get us beyond where we were during the recession. That's one of those areas that's critical infrastructure, environmental infrastructure for our city that hasn't yet caught up with the recession levels. So there's a lot of great work that we can do, and we're going to look forward to working under your leadership, Mr. Chair, and just thought I would throw that out there as we get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Okay.
I will exercise verbal and fiscal restraint this year.
Very good. Well,
Just fiscal.
Just briefly, Mr. Kretz, we will certainly be digging deeply into personnel's budget, but also analyzing potential practices and policy changes that might be able to be made to be able to expedite the hiring process as well. I think that's a high priority for every member of this council, and so some of that is budgetary, some of that is procedural, and I think we'll be looking closely at that. And Mr. Blumenfield, thank you for your comments, and especially about the mayor's proposed budget, because I agree with you. This is my 8th budget over the course of 2 mayors, and at least on first look, until we dig in a little bit deeper, this seems to be the budget that hones most closely to what the council has indicated are our priorities, and anticipates those priorities and takes it into account in the initial draft, which we certainly all appreciate. And it appears to be responsible, continues to fund our healthy reserves, and begins the process of service restoration in some of the areas that are most important to each of us, as we've expressed. So with that, I'd like to invite up Mr. Szabo and the mayor's budget team to come on up and present. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is an honor and pleasure to be here. Once again, before I begin, I just want to introduce the mayor's budget team. To my left, Miguel Sanglang, Deputy Mayor for Budget Innovation. To my right, Diana Mangioglu, who is our budget director. So we'll be making this presentation today. The mayor has proposed for fiscal year 1920 a $10.6 billion budget. That is a 6.53 general fund budget. It represents a 5.5% increase over fiscal 18-19. The budget invests in our shared priorities and prepares the city for financial uncertainties in the future. The mayor is pleased to present a budget that once again places public safety as its top priority, adding millions to increase LAPD deployment and putting more resources in the field for our fire department. The budget invests more than $900 million in infrastructure. That includes $350 million for street repair and maintenance. That also includes alleys. That includes cool pavement. That includes concrete streets. And for the first time ever, we have a dedicated program for failed streets. So we will actually be able to repair the streets that are in most need of repair. That budget also includes $117 million for street safety. And in that $117 million, $50 million is dedicated specifically for Vision Zero safety projects. The budget provides funding, as Mr. Koretz mentioned, to address the climate crisis by establishing, or provides funding for the council to establish a climate emergency mobilization director and a climate emergency commission. And as has been the case for the past several years, the largest new investment or the largest new area of spending is addressing our homelessness crisis. Now, with a 5.5% increase in general fund revenue, clearly this budget benefits from rising revenues driven by a very strong economy. And it may not seem like it, given the depths of the recession and the slow pace of the recovery, but the national economy is currently experiencing its second longest period of expansion in U.S. history. And in July of this year, when this budget becomes effective, our current economic expansion will become the longest in U.S. history. Clearly, it will not last forever. And although a budget cannot prevent a recession, it certainly can mitigate the damage the next recession will do to city services. In 2008, with just over 4% in reserves, the city was unprepared to weather the financial crisis, and the consequences were devastating. We are resolved to not relive the mistakes of the past. And so the mayor's fiscal year 1920 budget proposes significant investment in fiscal resilience, holding $530 million, more than 8% of general fund revenue, in reserves. At 6.1%, the $400 million reserve fund is the largest dollar amount ever and the highest in terms of percentage in more than 20 years. The mayor's proposal adds to the budget stabilization fund, bringing it to nearly $111 million, and provides the council with $20 million in a reserve for mid-year adjustments, and another $20 million in reserve for extraordinary liabilities, none of which we had in 2008. And in addition to providing substantial reserves, we also made strategic funding decisions, which we'll get to when we have the departments come to the table, particularly in the areas of LAPD overtime and homeless services that should protect those reserves for true emergencies and unforeseen circumstances, rather than forcing the council to rely on those reserves to fund operations mid-year. By far, as I said earlier, the largest area of new spending continues to serve our collective efforts to address the homelessness crisis. Well, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Agency will report its homeless count numbers in May. What we've seen already in Orange County, San Bernardino County, and Santa Monica have all reported increases in their homelessness population in 2018. So at $457 million, this budget proposes the largest investment ever made in addressing the homelessness crisis. Of that amount, the majority continues to fund permanent supportive housing, $281 million, from HHH will fund 27 projects providing 2,126 new units of housing, 1,785 of those supportive units. Thanks to securing critical state funding, the budget fully funds a bridge home, which currently stands at 23 projects, which will provide more than 1,850 bridge housing beds in all areas of the city. The homelessness proposal also provides full funding for additional engagement team workers at LASA, and it also provides funding for the council to expand at its discretion Clean Streets LA or HOPE teams, should you decide to do so.
As Matt has mentioned, after homelessness, public safety remains one of the highest priorities for the general fund, with close to 50% or a little over $3 billion going towards it. This including pension costs. The highlights for our public safety budget with regards to police include overtime, technology, and recruitment. One investment, specifically the $52 million in overtime, we believe is a much more accurate accounting of PD's overtime usage, and also fulfills two key priorities. The first of which is fulfilling our promise for all the ABH sites, as last year we had created the fund to produce those sites. We intend to make sure that it remains clean and safe. The second is to invest $10 million in cannabis enforcement for the investigation and shutdown of illegal cannabis businesses. I mentioned police, but I'll get to that in a couple slides. Our budget also includes $750,000 for recruitment to diversify our police force, and this really builds on the success that we've had with ACOP and others. This can be found in the UB, as the city is also expecting a match from philanthropy to bolster that. Moving on to fire, the proposed budget also includes $1.8 million for additional cannabis enforcement, and continues the city's commitment to the 2016 and 2017 SAFER grants, which increases fire and emergency response resources. We've also continued to expand resources for both the APRU, which is the Advanced Provider Response Unit, and Fast Response Vehicle programs, which began a few years ago and provide a cost-effective alternative to our traditional service delivery models. On to human resources. The mayor's proposed budget is also very much in alignment with this committee's desire to bolster the personnel and human resources support needed to hire, manage, and maintain our workforce. You'll find an additional $1.27 million increase in liaison services, which will add additional staff to personnel to handle HR functions in sanitation, specifically sanitation, DOT, street services, housing and community investment, and cannabis department. Next is an additional $135,000 to help reduce employment liability, and this is in order to strengthen the EEO group within personnel with 5 additional positions and help support the recently launched My Voice LA. The final point that we have here is the Anywhere, Anytime testing, where we continue to fund and expand that program within personnel. Last year we had a goal of testing 16,000 people, and happy to report that there was around almost 18,000 people that had gone through this. This, coupled with a change in how we have been approaching testing, has reduced, specifically for home inspectors, the number of days for us to get a list out and get people hired from 273 days to about 27 days. So there's progress being made. The next slide is focused on technology, as our workforce can only become more effective with the right tools. There is a $2.5 million investment to replace old public safety equipment, and that is used by our 911 dispatch operators. This is essentially all the towers and microwaves, and it's the thing that bridges the citizens to dispatch and dispatch to the people on the field. There's also an investment in other police technologies of $14 million, which includes their aging records management system, 30-year-old system that is used department-wide, and also the body-worn cameras. The last point is our human resources and payroll project, where we have a $6 million of investment for the first year implementation of a centralized HR and payroll system. And it's quite shocking to me that we're the only large city in America that doesn't have an enterprise level system that takes into account not only payroll but HR as well. So this is our first and very significant step towards that. The next slide shows smaller dollars, but is highly transformative technological investments. The first part you see is a One Digital City project, and this is a $250,000 investment to initiate a public identity management system across city applications and websites. This is to this is to ensure that we have greater cybersecurity within our own systems. Instead of having systems that are disparate to have different logins, we're actually unifying them all so that a single employee's login would remain correct throughout all the different systems and access those systems. In addition, try and streamline a outward-facing identity for Angelenos and other visitors that want to plug into city services, and this would ultimately augment then 311 and trying to make sure that there's a citizen and user-centered approach to how we deliver our services and our information to them. And lastly is the Shake Alert LA, where there's an $80,000 investment for the annual maintenance and quarterly testing for what I just recently learned was an award-winning technology for the Shake Alert application. And this one is advanced early warning for earthquakes, and very key if you're just looking at that piece. You're able to then help predict and mitigate then any kind of damage or other operational sensitivities, including shutting down oxygen lines or making sure surgery stops at hospitals with a few seconds advance notice.
Infrastructure continues to be another priority area for the mayor's proposed budget, and some highlights include over $200 million for dedicated street improvement repairs, including our pavement preservation program, where we provide asphalt resurfacing and slurry seal administered by the Bureau of Street Services. A new program for $25 million includes the Failed Streets Reconstruction Program to target our most severely damaged streets. Pavement is reconstructed at its base and repairs structural issues. The $25 million pays for 2 new crews, including supporting staff in DOT, BOE, and GSD. As part of the $25 million, we've included $7 million for concrete streets to address some of the oldest streets within the city. Complete streets, we've included $31 million, and this, including prior year budgets, would result in all 6 projects that were originally selected as part of the Complete Streets program having received a total of $80 million. Some other highlights that we were mentioned earlier, alley paving. We know that we have many alleys in the city that are in need of repair, and some of them have never been paved, so we've included $3 million for alley paving. We've included $3 million for cool pavement, and have so far installed cool pavement on 15 residential blocks throughout the city. We've included enhanced sidewalk improvements. Every year we're obligated to provide and budget for $30 million worth of sidewalk improvements through 2046-47, and this budget includes an additional enhancement to that. And then another revenue source for our budget is Measure W. The city's anticipating to receive $38 million of the $300 million in local measure in 1920 to fund our new water quality projects. For neighborhood services, we've included funding targeting recreation and parks and cultural affairs. We've continued an appropriation of $1.3 million for Swim LA. We've also included $1 million in the UB for Universal Play for council to access as we negotiate the terms of the LA 28 agreement that's anticipated to be considered by the council in September. Our budget also realizes significant investments in a number of cultural assets, including multiple theaters, such as Madrid Theater, the Vision Theater, Nate Holden Performing Arts Center, and also Hollyhock House. We also have included funding to budget for programming of such theaters and cultural facilities that will be, of course, administered by the Cultural Affairs Department. And then with regards to some highlights for economic development, we've included $1.2 million to update the general plan, which was a priority for the planning department. We've also, in anticipation of the home share ordinance going into effect on July 1st, we've included $2.2 million to enforce, 1.9 for home share, including 6 positions, and then an additional $250,000 in the UB for extended home share for those rentals that exceed 120 days. And then another piece in our budget, of course, is the cannabis program within the cannabis department. We've included $3 million for social equity as an appropriation funded by the general fund, in addition to $250,000 for the public education and outreach campaign. And that, of course, is coupled by the fact that we've invested in cannabis enforcement within police department, fire, and city attorney as well.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer questions if you or the members have any.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Bonin, do you have questions for the Mayor's office?
Oh, yeah, sure. Thank you. Wasn't expecting to start off.
Sorry.
That's okay. Thanks very much. I'll echo what my colleagues have said earlier about this being a really good and solid budget. It's taken you a few years, but glad you finally got the hang of it. I think this is going to be an easier year than most. I did have a couple questions for you. In this year's budget, and I'm still digging into it, did we continue or stop the Justice Fund?
Well, this budget did not contemplate a contribution to the Justice Fund, as that was a 2-year commitment, and that was fulfilled last year.
Okay. I'll ask as we go further through the process more about that, because clearly our commitment, their 2-year commitment was met, but I think what we're seeing in the streets of Los Angeles is the problem is as acute as it was then, if not more so, and I think we're getting signals from the administration that it's going to get worse. So I think we may want to revisit that, but I can do that as we get to other departments. And do we have any funding in this year's budget for, there's been talk of doing a program to help provide legal defense for people facing eviction?
As it relates to the general fund budget, we didn't provide any additional funding other than the just shy of $1 million that was provided in the con plan for right to counsel.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, the mayor proposed the Green New Deal for Los Angeles, which is, I think, a wonderful and aggressive update of the previously existing sustainability plan. He outlined a number of different things, getting us to significantly invest in the urban forest, 400,000 new jobs, getting to carbon neutral buildings. Can you tell me what are the investments in the budget that help move that forward?
Well, we have a number of investments, and they are throughout departments. So we have the investment for the $3 million for cool pavement. We have investments for the tree watering. What is
With regards to, we're continuing our tree budget for $6 million, and we've also added 2 new crews for watering as well. And then we have a new revenue source of Measure W as well that would be funding a variety of programs.
So I hate to be the first one to ask for a report back, because once you do, it starts the avalanche. But I'd like to get a report back that sort of outlines the various elements of the Green New Deal and what our investments are in this year's budget. Because I know the GND came a day before you made this presentation, after the budget came out, and there may be things we want to help make a little bit more robust.
Yeah,
For example, if we're going to be getting to carbon neutral buildings in Los Angeles, are there things we need to be doing for the planning department this year to help them get the ball rolling and stuff like that?
We're happy to do that.
Then I had a question, and I think I'll be coming back to this a lot during the process when we get to LASA and to sanitation. I've got concerns about whether or not we're spending wisely the money we do on the encampment cleanups in Los Angeles. And I know that there's, I guess, $20 million in the UB that we could use for additional HOPE teams. Is that correct?
It's not 20 million. We provided within the UB and in MICLA funds. It's just over 13 million, 13.9 million, I believe. That could, so this is an important point. We did not assign positions. We did provide the dollars. As you know, there's an ongoing conversation about the best way to approach encampment cleanups, whether it's to expand Clean Streets Los Angeles or whether it's additional rapid response or some mixture thereof. We provided the funding that could expand HOPE teams to 21 if that's what the council decides. It could also expand CSLA. Again, it's in the UB. We put it in the UB to allow the council to have that policy discussion, but have the dollars to access depending on which direction you wish to go.
Okay. One of the things I wonder about with the encampment cleanups is, would the money be better spent doing more to quickly house the people who are in the encampments, as opposed to having sanitation go up, move a bunch of stuff around, stuff all comes back? My feeling on the cleanups is that at the end of the day, nobody's happy with them. People who are living there are certainly upset with them. The neighbors who have the expectation that the encampments will be gone certainly aren't happy with them, and it certainly doesn't look much different when we're done. So one of the issues I've been pushing has been the city looking into shared housing as an investment. And I know CAO has been looking at it. I think we had a motion 6-8 months ago in committee. Is there any thinking in the budget or anything that is a flexible homelessness pot of money that could be used for shared housing, which gets people off the street real quickly?
So there's two answers to that question. One is we included a $10 million fund for general homeless services that was not assigned to any particular program. We did that because, we know as the crisis is ongoing, there is going to be needs that arise throughout the year for funding various services that we cannot anticipate now, and we wanted to provide you the ability to fund those or to fund additional projects as they come up. We don't want to lack the ability to put a service out there for lack of resources when we have a $10.6 billion budget. So there's that. There is also, as it relates to Triple H, a $120 million set aside for innovative housing models. Our office is putting together the team currently, has put together the RFP, and we're looking at those kinds of models, which could include shared housing.
Okay. I'd like to see us go quicker on it. I did a pilot in my district with 50 grand, and they housed 30 people in a couple months. They'd have to hire more staff to do that, and maybe 10,000 per person. But if we spent $1 million on shared housing, and they only housed 3 people, we're doing better than permanent supportive housing.
Mm-hmm.
And
we're
that
very open to that. Works
for some populations. A final question, it's sort of on homelessness and bridge housing, is if there was an interest in pairing the LA Rise program with people who are transitioning out of homelessness who are in any of the new or existing or soon to come bridge housing facilities? Do our current resources provide the method to do that, or would that require additional funding to find a way to bridge the folks from Bridge into LA Rise?
I'm not sure I could answer that. We did fund LA Rise at the $2 million level. I'm just not sure within that budget if it would provide what you're looking for.
Okay.
We can get back to you on that.
Okay, all right. And on the employee compensation adjustments, I'm really glad to see that we've included all the known composition adjustments. Have we calculated out what, and I know we don't want to be very specific about it, because if we say this is what we're anticipating, that's what we're going to wind up having to give, but we're going to be facing contract renegotiations with a number of employee unions, PPL, UFLAC, and others. What kind of position are we going to be in?
So the budget, as you pointed out, does include funding for the anticipated increases to our civilian units. That contract has not yet come before the council, but we did put in the funding in each department so that they would not have to absorb that anticipated increase. We also included funding for LAPD to cover the 2% increase, which will be coming to members of PPL and command officers the first pay period of fiscal 1920. We did not include funding for a corresponding increase for fire. Their contract is under negotiation. We did not include any other compensation adjustments beyond police and the coalition of city unions.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is the first year in a while we haven't made a revenue assumption about digital billboards?
Correct.
Mr. Blumenfield and I were joking that after all those years of assuming it and not having the policy, if we don't assume it this year, the city may eventually approve a policy.
Perhaps. Or
From
it's
your
more
mouth to
accurate
God's
assumption.
ear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. Now, first, for the record, Mike Bonin opened up the floodgates for report backs. Just let that go, as you said. But second, I agree with a lot of the points that he's made in terms of, and I said at the beginning, this is a very good budget in many different respects. The fact that you did bake into the budget a lot of the employee assumptions that could have been left out and in years past might have been, and didn't bake in the revenue for billboards. Very honest and transparent about the police overtime. I think this will be the first year that we put in what they need for overtime, what they state they need, and that also allows us to create more accountability as well. So those are all really positive things. So I don't have anything negative. I do want to give you a chance to explain a little bit about the budget stabilization fund. And I understand there's always this tension about when we have money over a certain amount, how much do we bank? How much do we put in infrastructure? What's our policy? Because there's a tension if you some of the things you spend it on help grow the economy, and some of the spending in many ways is future-proofing in much the same way that a budget stabilization fund is future-proofing. Like when you invest in infrastructure, that's why we have that infrastructure budget stabilization fund paradigm where you can put some of the money in there. But in order to achieve that in this year's budget, we had to change the assumption slightly about what is in policy and what is out of policy in order to get to the number that what we got. And I wanted to ask you to explain that to us so that we all can be behind it and 100% on board.
The administrative code allows that so let me start with this. Currently, the proposed budget includes $4 million to the Budget Stabilization Fund. I think specifically the point that you were speaking to is the fact that our revenue threshold of 3.4%, assuming that revenue threshold doesn't change, then technically, we wouldn't be in compliance with the Budget Stabilization Fund. However, the administrative code allows for every 5 years for the city to recalculate its revenue threshold. And assuming that new calculation, then we would be in compliance, which is why we've included an instruction in Exhibit H, requesting that the council implement that change so that we could be in compliance with the policy.
Right, which is what allows us to then use that, the difference in that funding on the budget. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kretz? Okay. Mr. Price?
Just a quick question. Thank you for the presentation. I agree with my colleagues. It seemed like this is going to be a love fest. I think a great job has been done trying to identify the needs that all the offices have. I was curious about the cannabis area. I know that the budget is proposing funding to support 5 regular and 32 resolution authority positions. Talk a little bit about the budget, the amount of revenue that we're projecting. Is it smaller or less? Is it on track? And how do we see that sort of growing over the next year?
We are projecting an increase in business tax revenue due to cannabis sales. The budget projects $64 million, which would be a $24 million increase over what we anticipate will come in this current fiscal year. The budget does not anticipate an increase in that revenue based on enforcement against illegal retailers, but it does provide funding for $10 million in funding, or actually $12.5 million in funding, including city attorney and LAFD for those enforcement activities. What we did is we estimated based on the anticipated new businesses that would come online over the course of the year, and that gave us our $64 million estimate.
All right, that's all I have now. Thank you.
All right, yeah, Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, on the enforcement and revenue, have we taken into account that if we shut down several thousand illegal places that aren't collecting taxes, that just those customers that will then move to legal dispensaries could substantially increase without needing to have more dispensaries open or any of that? Just the fact that we move people to the legal side should dramatically increase revenue.
That is true, but because it's an unknown, we did not account for that in our revenue projection. We only accounted for what we would estimate would come in based on the number of new retailers that would be open over the course of the year.
So I would guess we're probably undercounting that, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but I think we should be looking at the most aggressive enforcement possible to eliminate the illegal places, if only because it will bring in a lot more revenue, not that it doesn't have 10 other advantages as well, but I think it can't help but benefit us fiscally.
We agree with that. We would totally support that. That's why we included the $12.5 million for enforcement.
Yeah.
We just didn't feel it would be prudent to account for that in the revenue projection since we don't have any data to show dollar for dollar how much enforcement activity increases revenue.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. I, of course, as every year, am especially pleased to see that we're continuing to make our progress on maintaining the reserve fund and as well as the other sources of fund that give us some sustainability and ability to ride through the inevitable coming difficult times. But the assumption that Mr. Blumenfield raised with regard to the Budget Stabilization Fund is it's a policy decision that hasn't been made yet, and I appreciate that that's already anticipated in Exhibit H. I'd like to start that discussion with a report about with recommendations both from the mayor and from the CAO as to what an appropriate baseline for measurement of the obligation to fund the Budget Stabilization Fund should be in light of current knowledge about recent economic growth and anticipated economic growth in the future, because we have had some number of years of actual experience now. It is an appropriate time to revisit it, but in my view, that should be based on actual data of some kind, a trend line over the course of years, maybe the last 10 years, maybe the last 12 years, maybe the last 8 years. Each of those will produce a different result. I'd like to have some sound basis for selecting one of those figures other than that's the figure that we need to pick in order to make this contribution, in compliance with the policy. So that would be a report that I would ask for. And then with regard to the point that Mr. Bonin alluded to, I just think it's not a question so much as a reminder to all of us that there is zero in this budget that is set aside for future pay increases of contracts that haven't been negotiated yet. $0. So while this is a healthy budget with a healthy stabilization fund and healthy reserve fund, I think it's important that we always, throughout this process, and as some of us who are on EERC and otherwise as we move forward in this, let's be mindful of the fact that any increase in salaries in those contracts that have yet to be negotiated will need to be taken out of something else. So I just want to plant that flag out there so that we're remembering that before we start making decisions about how to spend down the reserve or anything else that we go through this. Let's keep in mind that we have other significant expenses that we can almost certainly anticipate will be coming up in the near future that will need to be paid for, and there is no money set aside for it right now. So anything else for the mayor's office members? All right, well, let me just reiterate, I think, what you've heard from all of us, which is our appreciation, and to your whole budget team, we're grateful for the work that you've done, and I hope you'll pass on to the mayor that this is one of the most positive budgets I think that I've seen in 8 years, and it really is something that indicates the kind of collaborative effort that we've worked on over the course of all these years to really row in the same direction, and I think it's a very good step forward. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
So next, I'd like to invite up the CAO for overview and comments on the mayor's proposed budget. Mr. Llewellyn, welcome.
Morning, Mr. Chair, committee members. I'm joined by the heads of our budget team, Assistant CEO Ben Seha and Chief Jacob Wexler, and Melissa Cranston-Muno, who is our revenue guru. I want to start by thanking this team and our whole CAO staff for working with the mayor's office so closely throughout this process. I have to thank the mayor's office for the partnership. And I do want to recognize the literal daily, hourly partnership we have with your Chief Legislative Analyst's office on the budget and on basically everything we do. We're family. We sometimes, fight a little bit. We're siblings, but we're a team across the third and the fourth floors. Briefly, we'll be, the clicker's not working, starting right away. There we go. We'll be very brief today about the revenues and expenditures, and going back to something you have discussed, our financial policy compliance. As you know, and as the mayor's office pointed out, our overall budget is almost $32 billion, but that includes proprietaries. We're focused today on the city budget of general and special funds. We are proposing, the mayor has proposed, and we support their 5.5% increase in the overall budget, general fund, which results in a 7% increase, almost 8% increase in total. In addition, as you see, We are increasing positions. The mayor's budget does propose increased positions as well in both general and special funds. General fund revenues are increasing by 5.5%, almost $340 million. This gives you sort of the overall. Much of our increases in property tax revenue continuing to be strong. Several people have mentioned today, we are in the longest expansion in our history. There are various signs, including the most recent UCLA forecast, that this cannot last forever. But we believe this budget is conservative. Our revenue staff's here if you have specific questions about any of the items. This is our annual growth trend chart. The bars are the percentage growth, the line is the total dollar, and the dashed line is the average growth. If you look at the dashed line, we've been above for many years, but it is time for a correction. Admittedly, I said the same thing last year, and it didn't happen. So, but as Mr. Zaba pointed out, we need to be prepared for when that correction occurs. We do have a few caveats on the revenues, of course. Cannabis receipts, that's still a new revenue source in both business and the amount we get through the sales tax due to our lack of historical data. As you point out, Mr. Koretz, the mayor's budget does not propose an enforcement bump, which is a conservative approach because we do not know what that would be either. And we do not know that the enforcement bump would come immediately if it were to come. That may be a lagging indicator as we work towards closing down illegal shops in the first year. Short-term rentals, as you know, that has been a good growth area for the city. Your council has passed a new policy which will restrict those revenues somewhat. Again, it's new. We don't know how that's going to exactly work. The proposed budget does include an assumption that revenues will grow in general, but they will be reduced somewhat by the new restrictive policy. That is a bit of we just don't know yet. We won't know for a year or two. And gas tax, maybe in line with your Green New Deal, gas tax is down considerably this year. We don't know if that's a blip or a trend, but that is something we need to watch carefully. We have reported to you we're expecting about 20 million short this year, and so that is something we're watching closely. Our expenditure chart, your budget still is in fact a reflection of the need and importance of public safety. Almost 70% of our unrestricted revenues are put into public safety. Some of the highlights, while the mayor discussed many of the service needs, kind of from our fiscal hat, we do believe that we have been very concerned about liability claims growing. We believe we may have finally hit the sweet spot where, in fact, the budget fully funds what we expect to be in liability claims, and that will not be a kind of mid-year shock to the system. Police overtime is considerably increased this year. As you know, that has been another area where we have had to deal at the mid-year, sometimes in the year-end, with what the police at least views as underfunded. The mayor's office considerably increases police overtime to a level that we believe is a reasonable level for the service that the city deserves. Infrastructure, as the mayor's office pointed out, there are considerable infrastructure spending. Particularly, as you know, Measure W is new and we're getting the full year. The SDRF for last year was only half a year, so we're getting a full year. So we are getting new funding, particularly in special funds for infrastructure investment. It is true, though, our general fund appropriation is down, so I want you to notice that it's more than increased by the increase in special funds. And, you know, certainly dear to all of our hearts and the CAO where we house the homeless coordinator, the budget still puts a major focus on addressing homelessness. We very much appreciate that part of the way we're able to do that is the state's emergency HEAP funds. They do run out this year until the state passes HEAP 2. We will need the entire council, which has already passed a resolution in favor of it, to help us make sure the next level of state emergency money is large enough and flexible enough for us to use here in Los Angeles with the biggest homeless problem in the state and second biggest in the country. Staffing, as you see, the overall staffing, including resolution authorities, our regular and resolution authorities, is just under 2%. Our employee-related costs are about 6.6%, which includes our payroll increases, our benefits increases, and our pension contributions and other contributions for our retirees. Pensions, something we all track very carefully. This is just a chart with the last 5 years being projections of our pension obligation. And I always want to remind us that we don't just pay the pension. We pay all the other retiree benefits, particularly health care. Your council and the mayor have always required we not only pay this, but report this. Many jurisdictions did not, because quite frankly, the accounting rules did not require them to do so. So they would have a pension line and their health care obligations would be hidden. Your council and mayor have always required us to report, be honest about what they are. This is our combined obligation, and certainly our ratings agencies have already appreciated that we've been honest about this obligation. As you see, we have, while it's a considerable cost, our retirement obligations, they have stayed between 18 and 20% for years. This is not a sharply increasing chart in any way. It's important that everybody be aware of it. It's been 18, 19, 20, 19, 18, 19, 20 for a number of years now. We're staying very consistent and meeting our obligations. We do have some expenditure areas of concern, of course. The first and probably the largest is the one you've already identified. The way the city has created its budgets is we don't anticipate labor contracts that don't exist. We are open with our sworn partners, with EAA, with the attorneys, and with FIPA in the CAO's office, a number of civilian and sworn units. Infrastructure, while this budget and your council have made infrastructure a priority, there's just more to do. And the budget does call for departments to hold the line and sort of tighten their belts. We will need our managers to manage that number and to achieve that entire $31 million in savings. Financial policy compliance, I appreciate your focus on that. Starting with the reserve fund, I want to congratulate the mayor and the council. The reserves are healthy. The reserve fund itself, historical highs, the dollar figure and the percentage. We have a BSF of $111 million on top of that, and the UB for mid-year adjustments on top of that. Cumulatively, 8.12%, which is critically important as we head at some point into that correction. And as Mr. Szabo pointed out, that is clearly something that we are trying to prepare for in a way that we were not prepared the last time. BSF, I appreciate also the focus on that, Mr. Blumenfield. We are not meeting the BSF policy threshold with this budget at this time. We are not putting as much money aside as the current BSF calls for, either in capital or in a rainy day fund. We are, however, going to that Exhibit H discussion, this is a year where you were supposed to recalculate under our ad code. You were supposed to wait 5 years and recalculate the amount of the BSF. If we had done that ordinance a month ago, we would be in compliance. One way you could view that is we're in compliance, sort of. We're in compliance light. But one of the issues with Exhibit H is, in fact, that ordinance. We also are proposing, as you know, we've met with some of your staffs, updating our financial policies. And one of the issues, I agree with you, Mr. Krikorian, the current ad code says in 5 years, and this is the 5th year, change it to the last 5 years. You will have to look at as a policy matter, is that the right time? particularly when we've had a particularly strong 5 years. It may be an artificial number, and you may ultimately, as a policy matter, choose a different number on that one, and we will be making a recommendation to you in addition to the report back you've requested. The capital investment policy, as you see, we are hitting our 1%. It is down a little bit from last year in general fund spending, but we have increased our special fund spending, so we are still spending more on capital. One-time revenues versus one-time expenditures, that's a very critical one that the ratings agencies count, are your one-time wins funding your general kind of ongoing costs so that you're creating more of a deficit every year. Your council, your committee, and the mayor have been very adamant about not doing that. So you're fully in compliance, almost 2 to 1, on using one-time revenues for one-time expenses. And finally, we are sort of the principal office for issuing your debt. Your policies do require a debt level for voter-improved debt and a debt level for non-voter improved. We are well in compliance on both. And one thing that I think it's important for your body to know, for the first time since 2000, 2001, the budget outlook projects at this point a surplus every year the next 4 years. That does not include, as Mr. Krikorian's going to point out before I even talk, changes in wages. But we have never included those. We want to be very fair because otherwise we would be comparing apples to something we don't know. But it also doesn't include the level of growth we've had or we're anticipating. It's conservative in growth. So we believe that is, in fact, a reasonable sort of look ahead at where we are looking at. And I just want to conclude with something that I think this committee knows well, and which are ratings from the financial rating agencies. We were upgraded by 2 agencies this month. That's one of the best months we've ever had. And I think that is both Fitch and Kroll increased our rating. And I think that's a reflection of this committee's and the mayor's commitment to fiscal prudence. In fact, when we talk to the rating agencies, we always point out that, as you pointed out today, many of you were in the room when you were discussing laying thousands of people off, and that you are the ones with the mayor who was in that room, that you don't want to ever go back there again. And I don't believe this is a staff-driven effort to say the reserve funds matter. It's always actually been elected-driven because I think you were there the last time, and it was a terrible place to be. So the ratings agencies sort of rating us up sort of as a reflection on the strength of the fiscal stewardship that you are providing to the city. And with that, I do have Melissa, our revenue expert, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Llewellyn. We'll go ahead and start with Mr. Blumenfield.
Great. Thank you, and appreciate the work that you do. I'll start with the last point you made first, which is the ratings. The fact our ratings have gone up. Tell us a little bit about how that actually impacts our budget, and I'm assuming it's saving us money.
In the short term, it does not have a dramatic, we don't have a line where we say that our debt expenses were 10 and now they're 9. Because we were highly rated before, quite frankly, we were considered a good bet because of your fiscal stewardship. But it does give us an opportunity to save money every time we go to the market, which is regularly. It's a real possibility and positive thing.
And we talk about our budget stabilization and our reserve funds. How does that compare to other cities in terms of where we're at now compared to other major cities?
Ben Sahel with the CAO. I think that compared to other cities, we stack very well. In fact, there's a number of cities out there that have policy related to budget stabilization funds and rainy day funds and do nothing with regard to actually contributing on an annual basis to those funds, even when they experience growth. In fact, we've been on panels invited by institutions like the Pew Research Institute to talk about our success with our rainy day fund, the budget stabilization fund, with being able to increase it over this time period from its initial start of $100,000 to where it is today, over $100 million. So we stack very well when compared to other large cities. Obviously, I think it's probably a little bit easier with smaller cities to generate reserves from a percentage standpoint that are better. But with regard to a city of our size, we stack very well.
Great. I appreciate that. And another, did you want to add to that?
I was going to say, sir, we may in our financial policies see if we can even stretch just a little more, but I just give you a preview. You can never have too much in reserves.
Agreed. Also, on the pension stuff, you mentioned a lot of, up until recently, a lot of other cities wouldn't count their healthcare costs, but we've always banked those healthcare costs, which in some ways in the past made us look artificially worse compared to other cities. But how do we look now with our pension liabilities compared to other cities, and how that's changed?
Sir, with the required sort of accounting across jurisdictions, with large jurisdictions, we jumped up the list.
Any sense of scale of where we are?
I would say middle, and we were considered close to the bottom because we were being honest, and we were talking both sides.
Great. And then I guess the last question is, if there is any risk in terms of our revenues, what is the biggest risk that we need to be watching for over the course of the year in terms of the revenues that we projected?
Melissa Krantz, Office of the CAO. Probably our biggest risk right now, which we try to account for, is the documentary transfer tax. So the economist forecasts that we use for economy-sensitive revenues have all forecasted, slowing growth, but growth in income, employment, business activity, hotel demand. Where we see weakness is the housing market. We have declining sales forecasted and minimal growth, but when those two move together, the sales and the price, we can see big drops, and so that's probably our biggest concern. Also, with regards to the property tax projection, we don't have an estimate yet from the county, so we have to kind of come up with our own number. They used to provide a preliminary forecast, so that growth number, assuming that we're at it, will be fine, but if they come up with a lower estimate, that's something that would have to be reduced in the budget. And then with the short-term rental receipts, that impact we tried to calculate for what the policy is what I would call a middle estimate. What we really don't know is, one, whether we have a new tax collection agreement with Airbnb. That needs to be done for us to receive those receipts efficiently. Otherwise, we'd have to either have Office of Finance step up their efforts to ensure tax compliance if we're going to be trying to collect from individuals. With regards to other cities that have implemented short-term rental policies, there has been a 30% drop-off. I believe housing had planning department had a report that showed Santa Monica and San Francisco had a 30% drop-off, and their short-term rental policies were less strict than ours.
It's interesting, and there's a tension there too, because it may drop off to some extent because of our policies, but we may actually increase it because of we now have accountability on enforcement, which is a big change. Last word in terms of the even though you mentioned the risks in our revenue compared to the state, where the revenues are wildly volatile because of the income tax, we're much more stable in that regard, and a little more safeguarded from those risks, which I think is worth noting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, our reserves are better than they have been in the past. The question is, if we had a recession of the magnitude that we had during our last one, which I don't think we're anticipating, but just in the if, how much would that help us? Would we not still be dramatically underfunded, but just less so?
I think, sir, if we had another sort of global recession of the type we had last time, we will have a very tough time. Because part of our sort of general economic picture, which all the ratings agencies, as Ms. Krantz just said, is we're sort of generally healthy and we have a diverse economy, and that's the biggest single sort of the platform holds up the whole thing. If we had a tremendous recession of the same kind, we would be looking at difficult choices, and certainly we would have to cut, if not cut, certainly tighten the belt considerably. The reserve level gives you vastly more opportunity to do that sensibly, to do it in a way that sort of doesn't actually cause the dislocation that we caused the last time. But certainly if we have that kind of recession again, it will be tough.
But this would help us weather a more modest
no
recession
question.
at least.
Yeah, and just to state, the Budget Stabilization Fund portion of the reserve has limitations as to how much can be withdrawn at any given time. Currently, the policy and ordinance actually only allow up to 25% of the balance that's in the Budget Stabilization Fund to be used at one time. And so there are limitations even as to how much we can take from that fund. And obviously, we want to make sure that these are one-time funds. Once those are used, we need to find other solutions to deal with any ongoing structural expenditure issues.
Okay, and a couple more CAO-ish questions. So I noticed in a couple departments we're looking at increasing the number of vacancies that we require. My sense is that can be somewhat of an inefficient process, because then you have to wait until all of those vacancies occur before you can start hiring, and it doesn't really differentiate between critical positions. So a department could be sitting waiting for the 20th person to vacate before they can hire a critical manager that leaves them in an inefficient position. Is there a reason that we need to increase vacancies, or is there really even any advantage to operating that way?
Councilmember, I think the salary savings rate is both a natural thing that there are going to be natural time lags in hiring. There are going to be times where positions are vacant. Rarely does a department spend 100% of its salary account. The exact level it's pegged at is sort of ultimately kind of a negotiation between you and the mayor about what we can afford and what departments are likely to need. Relatively few departments have, in their letters that I've seen so far, have complained about their savings rate, that they couldn't work within it. But I think that's something you need to monitor if a department feels like the number their target is too much for them to be operationally efficient. As a general matter, most general managers, we believe, can manage to it, and that and we certainly will work with them on our side. I know personnel works with them if they have critical needs, to try to work with them on those needs, even if there is still a salary savings goal.
So we'll allow a little more flexibility in that regard.
Well, sir, the budget is the budget. So if it says their salary account is at 97% of 100, that is their budget. So if they actually want to spend more than that, they have to come back to you and ask. It may be they have other money they can move from within their own budget, move expense money to salaries, move overtime money to general sort of salary accounts, but ultimately their budget is their budget. And we encourage all managers to manage to the budget you give them.
And for the record, even to make those changes, they still need to come back to us.
Yes, sir, they
just
do.
to be clear.
But we encourage all managers to manage to the budget you give them.
And in terms of discussions I've had for years on managed hiring, which I think the council has tried its best to get rid of, we still have a vestige of that in that there are a lot of positions where you can get to a certain point, but you can't hire without approval of the CAO's office. It's still hard for me to understand why we would want that as a policy. The budget is passed by the council. We give our direction of what we want the priorities to be. Why would we not want each manager to be able to manage those hiring decisions internally within their department and not have an extra bureaucratic step to go through to actually be able to hire what they want?
Well, Councilmember, as you and I have discussed, Two things. The new payroll system will actually, in some ways, get rid of that, because the payroll system will be the one that automatically says, no, you know, I know Office of Finance is next. No, you Office of Finance that want to hire another administrative clerk, you don't have any. The computer will bounce it out. So that function will still exist. It'll be done by a computer. Because that functionality, that position control is being built into that system. In the short term, we believe your council, we do not have managed hiring. We want to repeat that 3 times. Your hiring process does have at the end, the department has to say, I'm ready to fill this position, and I believe I have this vacancy. There is a switch. We don't believe that that is actually an impediment to managers managing. And certainly when you kind of peel away what are the sort of frustrations with general managers in hiring, most of them occur long before that. We have a complicated system to hire to make sure that we get a strong civil service workforce. You will hear from personnel later today. And it is normally, we have tried in our office to streamline the process to make sure that we are not an impediment to hiring at that very last point. And certainly general managers and sort of their fiscal team, we try to have a daily relationship with them. If there's something that's coming out of the ordinary where they come to us and say, I don't have this position, but I want to hire somebody new early because the person hasn't left yet. And yes, I'm overfilling, and it's not in my budget, but can you work with me on that? We try to do so.
Yeah, I still do get the occasional complaint from general managers who are absolutely convinced that it's an impediment. And it's not 100% clear to me that it's a necessary one. So I'm not sure how we determine that, but certainly I'm looking at all the different impediments and through the personnel process to see how we can hire more effectively. And I still have my eye on that one. I just haven't figured out how we can nail down whether it really is an impediment or not.
I'm happy to keep working with you on that, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you for the presentation. It certainly reflects a lot of work and a lot of collaboration, and we appreciate those efforts. There was a comment that was made about the budget, about managers, about wanting the managers to manage their budgets and encourage them to do so. Any efforts to also encourage managers to look at diversity, look at inclusiveness? I mean, what are our managers being judged on? Is it merely how well they are maintaining budgets, or how they are encouraging other concerns of the community?
So, Mr. Price, I think that's a good point. You've certainly looked at that extensively in the contracting area, where we have this very sort of elaborate kind of process on Bavin, where you have to do business inclusion to basically compete for a city contract. In employment, we certainly track that. Part of our targeted local hire program, which has been a big source of new entry, has been sort of how are we doing in that regard. As personnel will talk to you, certainly the police are big public safety departments, which are doing routinely lots of hiring, mostly replacement, but some new. They do have diversity outreach. Right. The budget does fund additional diversity outreach. So I think that's an important value for this.
No, you're right. It is a value, and it's a value I have to see across the whole enterprise. We see certain departments sort of doing it and being more responsive, even under targeted local hire. Some departments routinely demonstrate that they are trying, and others routinely demonstrate that they really don't give a darn. And I'm just curious if that comes into the evaluation in any way that helps to distinguish or to define or to identify those managers that are managing the whole enchilada, not just
so in
some
ways,
parts
sir,
of it.
I'd rather leave that to the mayor, which does do the evaluation of general managers. I do Targeted local hire is a good example of one where Mr. Harris Dawson, Mr. Krikorian, and Mr. Koretz routinely have sort of special committee meetings where they discuss how that's going, where general managers and their senior staff come in and present how they're doing, which honestly does help improve their commitment to that program. And the mayor's office, as part of the budget, has for the last, I think, 3 years, that has been part of their standard budget questions for departments. What are you doing on targeted local hire? So there's been a commitment on sort of both the council and the mayor's side to make that program.
Good. Well, I think it's important that we just keep that conversation going and that we raise it whenever it's applicable. In the area of expenditure highlights, you referenced the fact that liability claims, I guess we're budgeting about $100 million. This is on page 5 at the top, budgeting $100 million. And just curious, is that about the same level as last year? Are we anticipating more or less? Are we managing risk a little differently this time, or what's?
So the mayor's proposed budget keeps it at last year's level, and we believe, as I mentioned, we may have hit the sweet spot where we're actually coming in within budget, spending most of it, and that concern that number would keep growing on a sort of accelerated pace.
Right.
We hope we've sort of hit that where we're actually funding that need sort of reasonably. The city attorney's office, who you'll hear from later today, does a very good job of structuring settlements that are large over multiple years. And if they have any dollars left at the end of 1 year, they pay down some of that structured settlement, which is just a debt for next year. So we believe that this is a reasonable number, and hopefully that increasing liability picture has sort of, we've hit the kind of the cap on that.
So what's the structural debt payment then for this year?
Pardon
Is
me,
that
sir?
factored in, the structural debt payment? Is that factored in? What is
the
that
city attorney,
this year?
the very largest settlements, your council will approve paying them over usually 2 years, so that the beginning of next year, there'll be the second and usually only 2 final payment on large settlements, where the plaintiffs will agree to take half this year, half next year.
Right.
As opposed to writing the check all in 1
No, I
year,
understand,
which makes
yeah.
it even more irregular to budget for.
Good. Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to follow up on your first point with regard to, outreach in hiring and ensuring that we have a workforce that looks like Los Angeles, aside from targeted local hire, there are aspects of this budget that are specifically focused on that as well. The police department's budget has $750,000 set aside specifically for targeted outreach to ensure that we have better recruitment of particularly African-American candidates and others who are underrepresented in the department right now. So there is a focus on that, and I think when we get to personnel as well, that would be an appropriate area of inquiry for them as well. I didn't make a note, Mr. Llewellyn, I apologize. How many positions were funded in 2018, and how many positions are funded in this year's budget?
It's increased, sir, 333 positions to 373 to 34,000 in regular positions, just over 34,000, and about 2,700 in resolution authorities. Total staff increase is about 1.8% with regular positions and resolution authorities.
Do you have the number of funded positions for 2018 at your fingertips?
The number of funded positions in 2018 is 36,160. And then for the proposed budget in 2019-20, it's 36,801.
Okay, so now I don't mean to quiz you, and I don't know if you'd have this on the tip of your tongue either, but I'm going to ask personnel as well when they come up. We funded 36,160 positions in last year's budget. As of today, how many funded positions are filled?
We have that information in our document, and we're happy to get that.
Okay.
The number of positions that were filled, this is as of March 31st. Well, the number of positions that were vacant as of March 31st was 4,146 of that 36,160.
Okay, so significantly more than 10% of the funded positions were vacant on a snapshot in time. And I think this emphasizes the point that Mr. Kretz led us off with, which many of us continue to be frustrated about, because at the end of the day, a budget really is not, a set of suggestions. It really is an indication of what this council wants done. And so we'll have this conversation throughout our discussion with all the departments, but I just wanted to raise that point because it's important that people understand, everyone understand in this building and outside of this building, that when the council passes a budget and when the mayor signs a budget, that's what we expect to be done. And so we're going to have to figure out how to ensure that when we fund 36,160 positions, something close to 36,160 positions get filled. With regard to some of the revenue projections, Ms. Krantz, we touched on this a little bit, but the bulk, and Mr. Blumenfield is certainly correct that we don't suffer from the same kind of volatility that the state budget does because we don't rely on an income tax. That being said, the major sources of revenue for the city are almost all economically sensitive. Isn't that fair to say?
That's correct. About 70% of them are.
Yeah.
Some are more stable, like our property tax, but we did have problems with property tax in the Great Recession.
Right.
With regards to dock tax, that's something that has still not surpassed its pre-recession peak. So, it has hurt us. And luckily, we've recovered in other aspects with regards to the TOT from short-term rental and business tax with cannabis.
Yeah, although the TOT it may be a bit misleading as well, because as short-term rentals increase, hotel nights decrease. And that may or may not be on a one-for-one basis, but there is some measurable impact on hotel TOT revenues as well.
That is correct, and also with regards to the industry forecast for hotels, it's just a nationwide drop in demand. The CBRE report that we got, it looks at different market segments and how they use hotels, and just demand is forecasted to drop next year, regardless of other sources.
So when you're looking at revenue assumptions for TOT, you're breaking it down into industry sectors that way and then trying to make an assumption about short-term rentals separately from
that is correct.
Hotels, separately from motels, and so forth.
So one of the concerns that we're seeing is TOT has been sort of slowing down in growth, and when we see a lot of the revenue sources, across different sources that are economy sensitive, slowing down together, that might be foretelling a potential recession. I just wanted to point out that there is concern among economists about a recession risk, but that is not the same thing as a recession prediction. Just that risk has increased, and the only indicator right now is that yield curve inversion, but we're not seeing any declines right now, maybe except for the dock tax.
Okay, so that then brings me to Mr. Kretz's important point, which I don't want us to give, short shrift to, which is comparing where we are now to where we were in 2008. And I think it's, although it may be difficult to exactly quantify what would be the impact of a recession on our revenues, and is our reserve fund and our other funds, budget stabilization and other funds, adequate to meet the impact of a significant downturn of the nature that we had in 2008. That would be difficult to quantify, I fully understand. But in a more general sense, can you talk a little bit about how our situation now is different than 2008? How are we, sort of delineate some of the ways in which the circumstances that we're facing now present similar risks, or in what ways are we better positioned and why?
Well, just for the economy forecast in general, most of the economists who do talk about the increased risk also mention that there's really no indicator of what might trigger a recession. In the past, we've had, the housing asset growth that was a bubble, and before that was, the internet investment boom. And there's really nothing right now that sort of indicates an asset bubble that would kind of trigger a decline. Right now, when they talk about recessions, which is 2 consecutive quarters, I believe, of declining GDP growth. That's not the same as the kind of Great Recession impact. So for our revenue assumptions, we have conservative but realistic growth projected. Our outlook, which is what was discussed in the presentation, assumes modest growth. We don't program a recession in the outlook, but we do use historical growth, which is, maybe 20 years worth of receipts, or for more recent revenue, something more appropriate. But we try to forecast with what we know, and what we know is we are having continuing growth right now. It's not outstanding growth, but it's growth that we can count on.
Right. And
we also, sir, as you know, we have, not only is the economy relatively sort of strong across, as the economists say, and they're not expecting so far, no economist has really expected a crash as opposed to a sort of slowing. We also do have, particularly because our residents have stepped up, we have different sort of voter-approved revenue sources we didn't have then. So we have a dedicated sort of sales tax for homelessness. Even if sales tax slows, there's still this dedicated fund. Our voters have said they want to do Measure M infrastructure. They passed Measure W. They passed County Measure A for parks. So we have this wide range of sort of ongoing, and even if sort of, let's say there's a slowdown in sales tax, so that whole pot will be somewhat lower, there are these diverse revenue sources that honestly didn't exist when we were in the last sort of turn down.
And then I would just add, we're in 2008, we were at the front end of multiple years of significant salary increases that we had to anticipate. Number two, we did not have anything nearly approaching the reserves that we have now. What were the reserves that we had to rely on in 2008 or 9 when the crash happened? But just ballpark, you don't need the exact number.
Well, the mayor's presentation had it about 4%. That seems about right.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, it seems clear that we're in a much more sustainable position now,
No question.
and the risk level is less than it was when we were facing that bubble back then.
And I do believe, again, that the ratings agencies upgrading us twice this month is somewhat of a reflection on that, that they see our financial position as actually not just stable, but actually somewhat improved.
So you anticipated my next question. Ratings agencies obviously have no vested interest in how they talk about the state of our economy or our budget, but they have actual skin in the game. These are people who, have to make hard decisions out there in the real economic world that are based on, their best assessment of reality. So talk a little bit about what are the factors that rating agencies take into account in either providing upgrades or downgrades in our credit rating, and what does that mean? How does that translate into real impacts?
Well, sir, from our slide, I particularly like Kroll's, which just did upgrade us, and I'm quoting them. The city's quotes, experienced leadership team, well-established financial management policies, and demonstrated history of proactive fiscal controls are evidenced by consistent financial strength, stable reserves, and strong liquidity. What they look at, sir, are your management, what's your ability to manage a downturn or a hiccup, whatever it is, what's your ability to do that, how diverse is your economy, if something slows, if the tech sector slows, do you have something to pick it up? We actually have a very diverse economy. We're still a manufacturing place. We're a tourism place. We have sort of across in a ways that people don't even realize. They look at your debt burden. Are you sort of careful about sort of leverage? And for all of those things, they, as you say, have skin in the game, and when they come out with a rating for us.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick ones. On the short-term rentals, when we're talking about the anticipated revenue, that's not just the tax. That's also fees, and is it also any penalties or that we may assess for people who violate?
So to clarify, I was referring to our TOT receipt,
Okay.
which is just the tax on the rental rate. So of course that's the part that would decrease. The
Right.
other ones would be increasing, because that's a service or to participate.
Right. And in our analysis of what the impact of rules have been in other cities, and I know you mentioned that that Santa Monica, I thought you said Santa Monica has less strict rules than we do?
So there was a report commissioned by planning. I'd have to retrieve it but what they did determine was that when both San Francisco and Santa Monica had implemented, it was a roughly 30% drop off. There's a lot of variables in the city's impact because, we have to make assumptions about who is renting out a property that they actually are occupying versus renting out a single property.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of risk in there, and how do we determine that? And I know that there's a lot of variables that still need to be determined with regards to whether vacation rentals are allowed or how we're going to do enforcement. So the 30% is just, a rough number, but what we hope is a good number for
Right.
projected impact.
Well, if we allow vacation rentals, your estimates are whacked because we will have totally screwed the entire short-term rental regulation system. We'll completely undo it.
Right. So our revenue assumption makes no assumptions with regards to how vacation rentals will be permitted. So it assumes that 120-day cap is in force, and that we assume that anyone who has, one listing is doing a shared listing unless they are renting it out for so many days. We're assuming that those are second properties.
Yeah, the Santa Monica comparison's a weird one. They have no cap on the number of days.
Right.
But much stricter than ours is you can't host in your primary residence unless you are there. Right. So it's almost apples and oranges, so be curious to see how we do. I wanted to go back to the issue, not to beat a dead horse, of the vacancies, and I wanted to do it in two ways. One is, we know we have a lot of vacancies in certain departments. We have a huge number of vacancies for crossing guards, which is a particularly hard job to fill, and it's not a civil service thing. But we also have a lot of vacancies in sanitation, and I think we have a lot of vacancies in ITA. We have a hiring hall budget for ITA, we have overtime for sanitation. Given the vacancies that we have, and given how hard it has been to fill stuff, and some of the sanitation jobs are pretty tough to fill, are you confident that the hiring hall budget for ITA and the OT budget for sanitation is where it needs to be?
I am comfortable that the departments have not pointed those out as problems facing them, and they are both, in those two particular cases, eager to sort of hire up.
Mm-hmm.
It is a difficulty, and Mr. Koretz, it's not the CAO at the end for sanitation to fill those vacancies, but they are eager to hire up.
Well, when he terms out, he could be the CAO.
He could be. You'd be lucky to have him, sir.
And just to add, to the extent that departments have vacancies that generate savings for departments, many times they will enhance their overtime budgets and their as-needed budgets to fill that gap.
Right.
They will start internally to see what do I need to do to staff that park.
Right.
Can I move money around, or are there other things I can do?
Yeah.
When I don't have a list, or I haven't hired anybody yet.
Thank you. I want to go back to the point that Mr. Koretz made about the managed hiring. And the point that Mr. Krikorian made about, the budget isn't what we're hoping for, the budget is what we say we want, and that's what the budget should be. Many general managers would say that they feel like effectively we still have managed hiring. That while we may have gotten rid of the policy, they still feel like we have it. And I heard your back and forth with Mr. Koretz about how the new payroll system will effectively do that in a different way. One, when do we anticipate that being online?
Well, we're currently in the selection phase of the procurement process is underway. We anticipate to be making a selection of a vendor in the current fiscal year, bringing it back to council for that. And then once we do that, it's going to take at least another full fiscal year, and then maybe several months after that in order to initiate a new system.
So it's not going to change anything this year?
It's not going to change within the next year or two. But what will change is, as Mr. Correct knows, we have a position control module within the current PACER system that we've been rolling out over the last year and a half. And as more departments are able to get on this position control system, then everybody knows. It's more transparent with regard to what positions are in each department and what positions are available to actually be filled. The lack of position control it's what's causing some of these issues that departments may be raising.
So, there's the difference between we've got rid of managed hiring and the perception that we still sort of have it in a way. I was a little confused when I was talking to, I guess it wasn't a general manager, but it was a manager who was telling me about a position that really needed to be filled, and it was something I was particularly interested in getting done, and it wasn't happening because the position wasn't filled, and they said the CAO won't let me fill it. I'm like, wait a minute, I don't remember that in budget committee, and I was surprised to learn that there were asks that a general manager would have to implement something that we had approved that didn't come to us with the recommendation from CAO for disapproval, that there were things that stopped before they got to budget committee, or we didn't have an opportunity to sort of be an appeals court and say, no, I mean, we really need to get this done. It was our intention. What exactly is that process of what stops with CAO and what comes to BNF?
So, Councilmember, I guess I'm not, I have to say, totally the expert on this, but all of our staff work with it with their departments. A couple of things, whenever a manager, I really think whenever a manager says, oh, I can't hire because of X, whatever X is, I encourage you to dig deeply into what the X's are.
Well, they usually blame personnel before they blame you.
I mean, it's just the whole life. It's hard
Yeah.
for sanitation to hire, and it's going to be hard for sanitation to hire next year. And I wonder how many of those, in fact, are the way the current PACER system works. One of the steps is they have candidate X, and it comes through the CAO analyst to say they want to hire candidate X to be a crossing guard. Does Department of Transportation have a crossing guard vacancy? And the answer is usually it's yes or no. And it's pretty straightforward. They don't have any. And then there's some process we have to go through to figure out how can they hire a crossing guard when they don't have any. Sometimes they do. They have 3 vacancies, they have a new crossing guard, and it's pretty straightforward. If they don't have a crossing guard vacancy, there is a sort of an analytic process that has to go on about what are you going to do about that vacancy. You want to hire a crossing guard, you don't have any. The first reconciliation is, do you have any or not? And there's sometimes disagreements, quite frankly, because of the way people keep we don't have a position control system that's clear on that. But I'd like to think, one, that part of the process is actually the shortest. Just to repeat several times, that is the shortest part of the process. And if any department is having any issues with sort of how we process that, our role in that, we are happy. Certainly it's my job to sort of hear about that and figure out what we can do differently. I don't believe that I do not believe that constitutes management control, managed hiring any longer. And I also do encourage you, when a general manager says the CAO won't let me hire Mary, Freddie, certainly you can call me. I'm happy to hear from you. I'm happy to hear from the general manager. And often there's more to the story in my experience.
Mm-hmm.
But we are happy to have that part of the hiring process reviewed at length along with all other parts of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is there a way that we can find out periodically about positions that GMs have sought to fill that were disapproved for some reason? Whether it's just a monthly thing, Rec and Parks asked for this, not available, Street Services asked for this, not available, whatever, just so we have a sense of it.
Sure, we can work with the PAW committee on sort of how to do that as part of this position control.
That'd be helpful. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bonnet. Anything else, members of the CAO? All right, thank you very much. To be continued. All right, members, I'd like to go next to begin taking our public comment before we go into our departmental review. So for those who are here for public comment, each speaker will have 1 minute to speak, and what I'll do is call out multiple names. So I'd like to ask you to come forward in the order as best you can in the order I call you, and then we'll just proceed through until we're done. So our first speaker will be Bill Watkins, followed by Carolina Goodman, followed by Patricia McAllister, followed by Megan Ortiz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blumenfield. Where'd you go? Let him know, please. Thanks. I think for the public trust, early and first thing you ought to consider doing is reducing your own salaries. You make $178,000 a year. I think it's too much. I think making over $100,000 a year in public service is too much. But at least look to increase our public trust by bringing it down to maybe $150,000. Look at the chief of police making $300,000. Bring him down to something manageable like $250,000. Look at the mayor making $232,000. He can make $200,000 and still be okay. Let's look at the public trust and what makes us trust you guys. That city out there is pretty ugly. This city hall is beautiful. Your suits are beautiful. I love you guys, but the public trust has been eroded over the years. Not just here, but all from here to Washington. Take less money and let's put money into our city. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolina Goodman, followed by Patricia McAllister, followed by Megan Ortiz, followed by Joel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Carolina Goodman from the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles. During the recession, the Ethics Commission staff was reduced by more than half. The workload has continued to increase. We've entered the current fundraising period without having completed the audit of the previous election. Adding one staff position is not enough. With trust in City Hall at an all-time low, the city must ensure that the Ethics Commission has the resources it needs to oversee government ethics and campaign finance, to enforce the city's lobbying ordinance, and to maintain the public database, to provide education to those inside and outside of the government. Thank you for recognizing the need to increase the LA Justice Fund. We need to support our immigrant communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Patricia McAllister, followed by Megan Ortiz, followed by Joel, followed by Greg Erickson.
Yes, I'm looking at your budget here, and the city attorney's office has $137 million in salaries. That's 92% of their budget is in salaries, when they only have $8 million in expenses. Now, I got the whole list of all the attorneys with the city, and I checked them with the Bar Association, and many of them are not even lawyers. So these are ghost employees, and you gave them $8 million more this year. We need a federal investigation. Now, here in this report you put out here, there's been 5 consecutive years of decreasing home sales. Yes, decreasing home sales. You keep putting all these liens in, thousands of liens every year. I ask you to reduce that from 150%, that 150% fine. You won't do it. You're putting people on the street and think you're going to sell these homes. Who's going to buy them? The illegal aliens out there selling hot dogs on the street? They don't have any money. You got a city full of illegal aliens, 5 million, and you're putting African Americans on the street. I want this mess to end now, and quit authorizing all of these ridiculous budget allocations when you know that they're illegal.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Megan Ortiz, followed by Joel, followed by Greg Erickson, followed by Lindsay Tosolowski.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Megan Ortiz. I'm Executive Director of the Institute for Popular Education of Southern California, IDEPSCA, and we operate 4 out of the 7 city-funded day labor centers. I'm here, first of all, to express gratitude to the Mayor's office for including us in the budget at the same amount of last fiscal year. I think it's also just really important to put the city's day labor centers where they are, and that's really at the intersection of the homelessness crisis, the intersection of the health access crisis, the intersection of immigrant justice and integration, at the intersection of wage theft and workforce development. These are all areas that the 7 day labor centers work in, supporting our most vulnerable members of the Los Angeles city community. That's why we ask that we also be restored to the $1.5 million level that we were before the recession. All immigrants deserve access to justice, and that also includes funding the Justice Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joel, followed by Greg Erickson, followed by Lindsay Tosolowski, followed by Deborah Faub.
Hi, my name is Joel Frost-Tift. I'm an immigration attorney with Esperanza Immigrant Rights Project, and I too wanted to speak in favor of the LA Justice Fund, which has been a tremendous success so far, but unfortunately has been excluded from this proposed budget. As the city welcomes immigrants from all over the world and has embraced their diversity and contributions, the City of Angels has an obligation to truly live up to its values and step up in a time when needed most. We must ensure due process for all, prevent ICE from operating in our city with impunity, and keep families together. This is not the time to take steps back in protecting our immigrant community. In LA, nearly 70% of detained immigrants remain unrepresented. As an attorney who's represented clients through LAJF, I know firsthand how important the funding can be. I recently had a client from Mexico that I was only able to represent through LAJF funding. He's a permanent resident who's schizophrenic, a victim of sexual abuse, and lived in the LA area since he was a young child. Thanks to LA Justice Fund funding, I was able to get him released from detention, prevent ICE from taking away his green card, and he can now remain with his family in the LA area. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Erickson, followed by Lindsay Tosolowski, followed by Deborah Faub, followed by Talia Inlander. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Erickson, Associate Director of Strategic Partnerships at Roberts Enterprise Development Fund, also known as REDF. I'm here today to show our support for the proposed EWDD budget, and specifically for the $2 million allocation for the LA Rise program. In 2015, REDF and EWDD co-created LA Rise. LA Rise unites social enterprises, workforce centers, and support providers to provide seamless collaboration to help people with high employment barriers get jobs and stay employed. This includes people who are experiencing homelessness, people who are justice involved, and opportunity youth. We do this by creating a co-case management and co-location employment pathway, which includes paid transitional work experience, job readiness, connections to career pathways, and enrollment into WIOA, and most importantly, wraparound services. So I would encourage you, first, I thank you for your past support. I would encourage you to continue to support this budget proposal along with our LA Rise program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on it, and it's been a great success. Our next speaker is Lindsay Tosolowski, followed by Deborah Faub, followed by Talia Inlander, followed by Marcela Hernandez.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lindsay Tosolowski. I'm an attorney and the executive director of the Immigrant Defenders Law Center. We're one of the organizations that stepped up with the LA Justice Fund to defend our communities. I'm speaking to the City Council asking that you please renew this funding. The city made an important initial investment in the LA Justice Fund, and organizations like mine stood up, we trained attorneys, we created programs. That initial investment will be lost by the city if this funding is not renewed. We're at a really critical juncture at this moment. The federal government has handed over control of immigration policy to Stephen Miller, and our communities are under attack. Even last night, we continue to experience the onslaught of the attacks from this administration. Despite the fact that this was not included in Mayor Garcetti's proposed budget, we're asking for the City Council to have the political courage to continue to defend our communities. That is what we need at this moment, and that is what would demonstrate our LA values to the rest of the country.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Deborah Faub, followed by Talia Inlander, followed by Marcela Hernandez, followed by Alexandra Morales.
I pray that my missing finger serves as a reminder that every single human being is created in the image of God. These words were written yesterday by Rabbi Yisrael Goldstein, who was shot Saturday at Chabad of Poway. My family helped found that synagogue, and Rabbi Goldstein officiated at 2 of my family weddings. In the face of truly murderous hatred, Rabbi Goldstein chose to lead, to tell his congregants and all of us that the way to respond to fear and hatred is not with more fear and hatred, but with renewed determination to be our best selves and to see the other as an equal in the eyes of God. What does this have to do with you and with the LA Justice Fund? What happened in Poway last weekend happened because someone allowed his fear and hatred to make him deadly, and there were not enough voices leading him to his better self. You are leaders in this community and this country. You have the opportunity to stand up against the forces of fear and say, we are determined to be our best selves. A budget is a moral document.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Talia Inlander, followed by Marcela Hernandez, followed by Alexandra Morales, followed by Sergio Santos.
Thank you. My name is Talia Inlander, and I'm a senior staff attorney at Public Counsel, where I supervise our agency's LA Justice Fund team providing critical legal services to community members in immigration detention. Until the LA Justice Fund, Public Counsel had no capacity to provide in-house legal representation to immigrants detained at Adelanto, soon to be the only remaining detention facility in the LA area. The Justice Fund changed that, and with the city's investment, we've begun to build infrastructure for removal defense services where there was none. Our clients include survivors of domestic violence and torture, a homeless LA resident who was racially profiled by railroad police, colluding with ICE, and an LA father of 3 U.S. citizen children who are now in foster care. Our collective presence serves as a form of concrete resistance to the administration's attempt to lock up our community and deport them as quickly as possible. Yet the mayor's proposed budget turns its back on this life-saving program, just as the assault on our communities and clients escalates. That leaves it to this city council to show the courage to step up and make real our commitment to keeping our LA families together. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcela Hernandez, followed by Alexandra Morales, followed by Sergio Santos, followed by Jack Linares.
Hi, my name is Marcela Hernandez. I'm a legal and administrative assistant at Public Counsel, where I support LA Justice Fund attorneys and other attorneys represented immigrants in detention and removal proceedings. We have served many LA City County residents, and I want to urge you to join Councilmember Bonin in really renewing this LA Justice Fund and renewing our commitment to immigrant communities. One of the reasons I do this work is because I am a DACA recipient. My family has also been survivors of the violence that detention and deportation brings to our communities. My uncle was deported 10 years ago, and when he was deported, he left behind a 1-year-old and a newborn. It's been 12 years, and my cousins have only been able to see my uncle twice in their lifetime. And this has impacted us for years. So I really think that one deportation impacts a whole community, a whole family unit. So I'm here to urge you to renew this LA Justice Fund today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexandra Morales, followed by Sergio Santos, followed by Jack Linares, followed by Guadalupe Garcia.
Good afternoon. My name is Alexandra. I'm the policy manager for Carecen Los Angeles, the Central American Research Center. Carecen has been providing legal services in the community for over 35 years. And right now we've seen an increase of the need for deportation defense representation. Today as a city, we face the responsibility to step up to the plate and protect the human right to due process. With nearly 3.5 million immigrants living in LA, it is imperative that local governments respond to the growing urgent need for our community. This is a moment to stand up to xenophobia, prejudice, human rights violations, and it is a moment to do the right thing. Everyone deserves justice. Money, residency, or legal status should not be the reason why a family is separated or why a member of our community is exiled. Many of us call the city our home, and our home is supposed to be a safe place, not somewhere where our community lives in fear. And the LA Justice Fund is another way of public safety and ensuring that our community, our immigrant community, is safe and not persecuted. So we ask you to renew the LA Justice Fund.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sergio Santos, followed by Jack Linares, followed by Guadalupe Garcia, followed by Armando Lemos.
Ladies and gentlemen, council members, hello, my name is Sergio Santos. I am a proud citizen of this beautiful and one-of-a-kind city of Los Angeles. I'm here representing Downtown Community Job Center. I'm also here to give you an update on your investment on us, a group of people that follow rules, maintain a positive go-forward mentality, with great hunger to work and progress to be a citizen that cares. I ask you to please continue on your investment on us. I also ask you to come and visit us and your investment. Come visit us at a Downtown Job Center, a place of hope and great pride. Thank you for letting me be of service.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jack Linares, followed by Guadalupe Garcia, followed by Armando Lemus, followed by Amanda Schuft. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, City Council. I am Jack Surya Linares, the Education Policy Coordinator at Carecen, the Central American Resource Center. At Carecen, we hold a youth leadership program during the school year where many of our youth have mixed status families. The youth and families we serve often talk about the worries that they have under the political climate today, both at the federal level and at the local level. When parents and family relatives are deported, long-term trauma happens to all youth, many whom are U.S. citizens. This impacts academic achievement, college and career trajectories, health-related concerns, all which lead to tearing up of long-established communities. Los Angeles needs to prove to our youth that the city defends immigrants. I urge you today to commit to immigrants in this city by putting funds on the fiscal budget to ensure that immigrants have due process. You will not only be doing the right thing in providing funding, but you will be protecting youth from the long-term impacts. Please renew the LA Justice Fund.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Guadalupe Garcia, followed by Armando Lemus, followed by Amanda Schuft, followed by Jackie Perez.
Good afternoon, my name is Guadalupe Garcia. I'm the Daily Board Program Manager at the Institute of Popular Education of Southern California. First of all, I want to thank the mayors for including the day labor centers in his budget, and also council members for the continuous support of the day labor centers. One of the services besides employment support that we provide at the day labor centers is assisting day laborers and household workers with wage claims. Unfortunately, there are an increase in wage theft that workers are facing. And besides that, we also have noticed how have increased the retaliation that employers are having against workers. Especially now, using this immigration, the immigration status as some type of retaliation. So we know how important is this, and also day labor centers are, for most of the laborers, the first place where they can get any support. So the day labor centers are not competing with the LA Justice Fund, and please make sure to keep both of them in your radar.
Thank you. Is Armando Lemus still here?
I'm speaking on behalf of him.
Well, I need to know your name.
Andrea?
Yeah.
Andrea?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna be speaking on behalf of Armando. He's one of our members at the Downtown Job Labor Center. And on his words, thank you for allowing us to participate in this hearing. For us, day laborers, what is most important is to maintain the day labor centers open, but this requires economic backing. We are confident that with your support, we will achieve this. In these centers, we feel safe. They teach us how to reduce injury and death in the workplace through trainings. That's why without the centers and your support, we are vulnerable. For that reason, we ask and demand for your financial support to keep the centers open. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Schuft, followed by Jackie Perez, followed by Mariana Magana, followed by John Daniel.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Schuft, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the Los Angeles Justice Fund. I'm a managing attorney at Immigrant Defenders Law Center, and I manage our LA Justice Fund program. The city funded this 2-year pilot program to protect our city's residents' human rights as well as due process rights in court. And I echo all the sentiments of my colleagues who have spoken before me, and I can tell you that our clients in the same way have been able to find success with a lawyer in some of their cases when they wouldn't have been able to without a lawyer. In addition, part of this funding for this program went to ramping up these brand new programs at each grantee organization. That takes training time for all new attorneys, training time for paralegals. Immigration and deportation defense is a very complex area of law. And if the program were to go unfunded for even a year, those attorneys that the city has funded to their training would go on to go to other things. It's not just immigration law that attorneys have to understand, it's criminal, family, state law, federal law.
Our next speaker is Jackie Perez, followed by Mariana Magana, followed by John Daniel, followed by Mindy Garland.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline, and on behalf of IDEPSCA, I am here to thank the mayor and everybody involved for the budget going towards day labor centers. Day labor centers are an opportunity for workers to go seek employment in a safe environment. It gives them the opportunity to be trained, to be part of the community, to feel part of something. So we thank you for that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, what was your name? Oh, that's okay. What's your name?
Mariana Magaña.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I have my list right. So our next speaker is Mariana Magana, followed by John Daniel, followed by Mindy Garland, followed by Rob Kwan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee members. I'm here on behalf of the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights, also known as CHIRLA. Once again, urging our support for the renewal of the LA Justice Fund. That came as a result of the draconian policies implemented by the Trump administration. Since 2017, multiple ICE removal operations have taken place within LA County, further terrorizing our community, increasing the detention of non-citizens in the Adelanto Detention Center. Unlike criminal proceedings, individuals in the immigration system are not provided court-appointed counsel to assist them and represent them in their case, making this fund even more critical. More than often, our attorneys who serve these individuals are the only little bit left of hope that these individuals have, and so we urge you to continue renewing the fund. As a city who welcomes immigrants from all over the world and has embraced the diversity and contributions, the city of Angel has truly an obligation to live up to its values and step up in a time when needed the most and protect the immigrant community from attacks of the federal government and continue funding the fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Daniel, followed by Mindy Garland, Rob Kwan, and Oscar Montiel.
I'm John Daniel from Wilmington. I would like to put in a good word for the Harbor City Community Job Center. I'm not an immigrant. Nevertheless, I feel that this job center and the casual labor system of which it's a part is very beneficial, extremely beneficial to me. There's advantages that I can't find in conventional employment, such as in my case, I'm retired, but I have, a pension and Social Security, So I don't need a lot of money. I just want a little bit, a few hours a week, maybe 5 hours a week, and I'd have to work a lot more hours if I had a conventional job. I can work whichever day I want, and there's no red tape in getting a job. It's pretty simple because no difficult interview questions, no information security risks. Such as my corporate employers that don't have respect for your personal info.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mindy Garland, followed by Rob Kwan, Oscar Montiel, and Rosario Elias.
Good afternoon. My name is Mindy Garland. I represent the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. On April 17th, every council member voted to pass the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance, which will expand discrimination protection for every Los Angelino. Additionally, we have constantly lifted up the need for a robust budget that ensures that this ordinance has the legs it needs to protect our most vulnerable residents against discrimination. The City Administrative Office determined that the commission needs $3 million a year to be effective. However, in the mayor's proposed budget, $500,000 is allocated for the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. As Trump's administration continues to roll back civil rights protections, we need the city to step up and protect Black workers and all workers of color by allocating the $3 million needed for this commission. $500,000 does not equate to strong enforcement nor protection for our communities. We urge you to allocate for the full $3 million budget for the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rob Kwan, followed by Oscar Montiel, followed by Rosario Elias, followed by Basilia Lorenzo.
Thank you. I want to start by saying that nothing you, me, or anyone here says matters unless we finally end LAPD's drop retirement program. What was sold to voters as deficit neutral has cost the city nearly $1.8 billion. This is the greatest intergenerational theft ever placed upon our city, and I don't know how our fine-tooth comb keeps on passing over this. We need this council to step up and renew its financial commitment to the LA Justice Fund. We declared ourselves a city of sanctuary a few months ago, and it's troubling to see that we're kicking that main leg out. Lastly, I'm here to ask this council to ensure our Ethics Commission has the resources they need. The mayor included one request for an auditor position, but left out two important positions for program assistant and 2 additional education assistant positions. When Ethics Commission gets flooded, everybody, all hands on deck. It pulls staff away from the things they need to be doing. It's become clear that a lot of our office holders don't appreciate the behested payment restrictions and need help there. Funding this program would actually ensure that people actually get that advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oscar Montiel, followed by Rosario Elias, followed by Basilia Lorenzo. They not here? Okay. David Ferrandis and Carlos Marroquin.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Basilisa Lorenzo. Estoy aquí por favor, pido para que aprueben el fondo que necesita en Halibut, donde trabaja Mariel, Nancy y Oscar, para que nos sigan abriendo la puerta a cada uno de nosotros que necesitamos ir a trabajar diario, tanto los jornaleros que andan diariamente haciendo sus trabajos, sus labores, y nosotras también que andamos buscando para housekeeper o para cuidar gentes grandes. Es todo lo que hablo este momento. Gracias.
She just wants to say thank you, and thank you for funding the center, where there's many other women workers that are available for housekeeping and other jobs, and she mentioned the names of the people at the center, but thank you for funding us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Ferrandis, followed by Carlos Marroquin, and that's all the speakers that I have signed up at the moment. Sir?
Hey, good afternoon. My name is David Ferrandis. I work as an outreach coordinator at the Downtown Community Job Center. It's a day labor center coordinated by IDEPSCA. First, we definitely want to thank the mayor and the council members who have helped to push for inclusion into next year's budget. It definitely means a lot. In particular, day labor centers are essential resources and pillars in their respective communities. They provide safe places to wait for work, opportunities to work safely with dignity and with respect, and opportunities to be connected to other vital resources, ranging from health screenings to assistance recovering stolen wages. Every day, we sow hope and open opportunities for our members in our centers. Your continued support is essential that we are able to continue and deepen this work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our final speaker, is there anybody else who has signed up that I didn't call? All right, then our final speaker will be Carlos Marroquin.
Good afternoon. I'm here in support of the LA Justice Fund. The Due Process Clause protects all persons, not just citizens. We believe no one should be face imprisonment or deportation without a lawyer. This is the moment to stand up to prejudice, human rights violations, and persecutions of immigrants. We need to continue to not only fund LA Justice Fund, but to look more ways to strengthen the city's efforts to protect all people. Also, with trust in City Hall and all-time low, we need our City Council to ensure the Ethics Commission has the resources it needs to properly do their job in government ethics, campaign finances, maintaining database, providing advice and education to all those inside and outside government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and thank you all very much for coming down and providing your input today. That brings us to our first department members, the Office of Finance, led by our City Treasurer, Claire Bartels. Ms. Bartels, welcome. Good afternoon, Ms. Bartels. Before we begin, anyone in the audience, Mr. Spindler, you in particular, who makes sounds that are audible to the members of this committee, during our discussions will be removed from this chamber. So that's the only warning that we will have. Ms. Bartels, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. I am pleased to be here today, pleased to be the first department leading these proceedings, and pleased to be joined by my executive team, who collectively represent all members of Team Finance. To my left, Assistant Director Nicole Burnson, Chief Investment Officer Tom Juarez, Assistant Director Carl Sampson, and our Revenue Manager, Edwin Avenisian. I'd like to thank the Mayor and the budget team for proposing a budget for finance with your support will enable us to continue to expand upon customer service improvements, continue to modernize our technology and our systems to enable a safe and efficient collection of all of our taxes, including our ever-growing industry in the cannabis tax collection realm, as well as ensure a smooth and timely transition to our new banking services partners. I am so proud of the progress that finance has made in this past year, from our treasury professionals to our public counter support, from our contact center employees to our tax and permit division and every other member of Team Finance. I have to say, the progress that we have made would not have happened without each and every hardworking, dedicated woman and man of finance. So with that, we stand ready to answer any questions or have any discussions that you would like to have at this time.
Very good. Thank you. I'll go ahead and start us off with a few. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Herman has already started making noise out there. I heard him clearly shout my name. I don't know if you can hear it up here, but I find it distracting here. It was occurring while the speaker was speaking.
Okay, Mr. Herman will be removed from the chamber, please. No, he's already disrupted the meeting from the moment that he walked in the door. He was making hand gestures and wildly waving his arms, and he's continuing to scream as he leaves the office, leaves the room, as he always does. He's continuing to scream, and we are all waiting for him to be removed by the Los Angeles Police Department.
I would remind everybody that this is a continuing meeting that goes on for days.
Mr. Herman will be barred from this meeting for the rest of this hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Bartels, sorry for the interruption. You mentioned the expenses that the Office of Finance is likely to incur as a result of the transition out of Wells Fargo. Can you talk about what categories of expenses there are? The number was a little eye-popping to me, but I also recognize that we have a vast number of banking services, and so can you kind of talk us through that a little bit?
Certainly. The council approved this morning the partnership, the contracts for our 3 new banking service providers. JP Morgan Chase will be providing our disbursement services. Bank of America will be providing our depository services, and Union Bank will be providing our 99 neighborhood councils checking services going forward. The contract negotiations are about to commence, and we expect to be back before the council for final approval of those contracts and implementation to begin for the transition early fall. So we expect to come back to council in August. We are supportive of the mayor's proposal to place to have the line item for transition in the unappropriated balance at this time, because we do not know the exact amount of transition funds that we will need. We do expect to have an overlap at some period of all of our banking services providers as we wean ourselves off and peel back the services that we are presently utilizing for Wells and joining on with the other service providers. There will be some necessary overlap. So banking service fees will be paid for transactions that occur for any one and all of those banks at some point. There will also be necessary overtime involved for the Office of Finance as we work with all city departments in the transition to all of the banks. But importantly, we have partners in this transition project, namely the Controller's Office has a very important role to play, and will need to be working very immediately, meeting with the banks to determine what adjustments will be necessary to the city's financial management system and at what cost for their contractor to provide those services. So the line item you see in the UB is not only for finance, it is anticipated for Controller, possibly ITA, and the Office of Finance. The banking service fees are only a portion of that, and we have yet to enter negotiations to identify exactly how much.
Okay, very good. In your letter, you mentioned funding for the additional Pondera licenses, which seemed to indicate a really good return on investment, but I don't understand exactly how that comes about. So if we do move forward with this $95,000 expense, how does that generate an additional $500,000 in revenues?
Thank you for the opportunity to answer that question. We have a contract presently with Pondera that we utilize for, it's basically data analytics software, enabling a more efficient and simultaneous analysis of data that today we do manually and do perform one data set at a time, and it often takes us quite a long period of time to cycle through. What this means to discovery, which is what we're asking for the licenses, for the additional licenses for Pondera, is the Office of Finance performs tax discovery functions year-round. We register annually roughly 50,000 businesses, half of which come to us because they are aware of the requirement, their tax obligation to file. The other half we identify through discovering through our analysis of various data sets that are out there. If we can have these licenses, not only will we identify businesses more quickly and bring them onto the rolls that much more efficiently, we will also find the businesses that do not have a tax, that may qualify for a small business exemption that much more quickly. So what I'm saying is we are going to ultimately find everyone out there, but the quicker we do find people, the quicker those that qualify for a small business exemption will indeed qualify and will not be penalized unnecessarily. So while it is clearly a revenue-generating opportunity to bring in those who do owe a liability, it's also a customer service feature to make people aware of their obligation as soon as possible so that they don't unnecessarily pay penalties that the law requires that they do.
Great, thank you. And further to your collection efforts, can you provide us with some commentary on the Department of Cannabis Regulations feedback on business taxes that are currently owed by legal dispensaries? What is the status of collection? What is outstanding in terms of the legal businesses? And at what point do we get to a process when someone is not paying their business taxes where there's a revocation of the license or there's some other enforcement action that's taken against those otherwise legal businesses?
Yes, we do work very closely with the Department of Cannabis Regulation, and as you recall, we have the obligation and indeed obligation and opportunity to audit each and every one of the licensed cannabis businesses. We recently completed the second round of audits of the 187-ish licensed businesses, and there are the majority. Pardon me, I'm going to have to defer to Carl for the dollar amount associated with the audits, the majority of whom are paying, but I do not have that number at the tip of my fingertips. Please, Carl.
Finance. Currently, we have approximately 180 or so firms that are registered and legally enrolled. Basically, of those, we've about 3/4 of those firms are pretty much paid up. 106 of those firms have paid their obligations in full, resulting around $16.5 million in receipts. Additional 41 of those have paid a majority of their obligations, over 80%, and this accounts for another 10 million or so in payments. Of that population, about 1 million is outstanding in liability. When we look at firms that have paid less, about 27% or 27 firms have paid less than 80% of their liabilities, but more than half. And from that, we have about 1.8 million in outstanding. And then we have a small group, about 30 of those firms that have paid less than 50% of their liabilities. And there's about 3.4 million in outstanding receipts for that group. And so we're working closely with DCR. One of the conditions of continuing operating within the city is compliance with the tax code and tax payments, and we're working with them to identify those firms so that they can follow up with their enforcement.
Well, I hope so, because one of the driving underlying arguments behind this movement that we've made towards legalization of cannabis has always been this argument that it's better to have a legal regulated industry that's paying its taxes than street sales that are not paying taxes. I want to make sure that every single penny that this industry owes the city of Los Angeles is collected, because if it's not, then this policy really is a travesty. So more than most delinquent taxpayers, it's certainly important to me to ensure that these businesses are paying every penny that they owe. So we'll be watching that closely.
And
Ms.
may I
Bartels?
add too, as
Yes.
you're aware, we're going to monthly collections starting in July, and so that anyone who is delinquent will be on top of it far more rapidly. We're presently on a quarterly payment basis, but people will become delinquent every month if they so choose. So
Okay.
we'll be on it.
And at what point of delinquency does the license under which the business operates, is it endangered? I mean, at what point is there an enforcement action other than ordinary collection processes?
What we do on our end is we identify any businesses that are at the stage where they would potentially be referred for collection. So we give them the opportunity to pay on that renewal, and then we send a reminder renewal, and then basically 45 days to 60 days after that period, they get into that collection status, and that's when they get on our list.
Okay.
And we
is
share with DCR.
Okay, very good. That's where I wanted to get to. Thank you. All right, I'll come back later, but we'll go next to Mr. Kretz.
Actually, I only didn't hear the last thing you said, but that was my only similar question. So when do we go from collections to taking away their license? How quickly do we do that, and is it quickly enough?
We haven't faced that situation yet. We are working with DCR as they are recently extended their temporary approval. So the regulatory agency has the leverage, if you will, to withhold their approval, their license, and they cannot come in and pay for their renewal nor proceed if they are on our if they are not issued a license. So we haven't faced that yet, but we are, as I said, we've shared the information with the status with DCR, and they have the power to do so.
I just wanted to echo these sentiments of my colleague, not necessarily about the industry and the purpose, but I think we do want to make sure that their taxes are paid up to date almost immediately. And so beyond just going to collections, I think we should aggressively be threatening people's licenses if they're not paying their taxes, because there are 100 other people behind them in line that will be perfectly happy to operate legally and pay their taxes. If they're not a great resource for us, I think we just move on to the next person.
We agree. We'd be perfectly happy to take all the taxes of all the legalized businesses.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, thank you for the presentation. I've got just a couple of questions around this cannabis issue as well. I know we're going to start going to monthly collections. When does that kick in?
It's effective in July.
In July? Okay, great. And I'm just curious, how much is done electronically versus cash? I know we've got some challenges with the electronics, but what's right now, what's the breakdown in terms of percentages coming in cash versus?
Roughly half of all the cannabis-related money is coming in cash. And when I say all related, so it's a combination. We do the payment processing for the Department of Cannabis Regulations, so we are collecting all of their fees, as well as our cannabis tax collection. So approximately half. The other half is not all coming in electronically. It's coming in a variety of ways, all legal tender, including money orders. That's another portion of the non-cash payments.
So we're encouraging the smaller businesses to go electronic, or we're just sort of letting it happen
we are
naturally, or what's our goal?
We communicate, well, our goal is to do it as efficiently and as effectively as possible. We recognize the restrictions on the industry today for banking challenges, and understand there is a motion making its way through the committee process to go entirely cashless. Finance is capable of taking electronic, all electronic or any combination thereof, payment transactions. So it is most efficient and easy for us.
I'm supportive of efficiencies. I just want to make sure we're not disadvantaging the smaller operators, because they haven't geared up, or at least permitting some time for that to occur. Similarly, how do we market the small business tax exemption? In other words, what programs are available to small businesses, and can these businesses utilize electronic payments as well?
Thank you for asking. So we're no longer talking about the cannabis industry.
Correct.
So there is no exemption for cannabis.
Right.
But businesses that are have gross receipts of up to $100,000 are exempt from paying the business tax. They must file every year in the January to February period, but they are exempt from any tax liabilities.
Is there some notice that goes out that lets them know about that, or
Indeed.
if they send something in, we return it, or how do we inform?
Well, we recently launched, it goes two ways. We have an outreach program that we are going into communities of all sorts and throughout the council districts. I believe we recently came to an event, a small business event in your district, sir. Yes. And we educate the public via our website, which we are continually revamping, continually tailoring to different segments of the population, whether by industry. We are this year working on written communications for anyone that comes into our office. We hope to have industry-specific handouts, if you will, for those who aren't inclined to go online. But the majority of the transactions that are done in the payment transactions, those that do have a tax liability, are conducted online. In fact, our business tax renewals are performed, 90% of the renewals are conducted online.
Wow. That's a big number.
So biggest, and while we're bragging about our online, we've set a new record of 60% of all transactions that are possible through the Office of Finance are now conducted online as well. So we know continued education continues to be important, and particularly in our underserved communities, we have our website is in all languages, Google translation, and our outreach teams go far and wide in every community.
Good. Well, thanks for your efforts. Outreach is important, education is important, and compliance is important. So hopefully they all come together. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet.
I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. I wanted to follow up on the cannabis question, which seems to be the question of the day for you guys. How much extra money do we spend handling cannabis cash, including the extra personnel, processing of the cash, the tax license fees, as well as storing and securing, fortifying our facilities, increasing the cost of audits. How much has all of that extra cash cost us?
Thank you for asking. This year, we expect to have spent just over $900,000 on all that you've just described. Security being a paramount concern and interest, keeping everyone safe. A good portion of that is for security to accompany all of our cash appointments. I might add, to be clear, cannabis appointments or cannabis payments that are conducted in cash do require an appointment and only at our City Hall location. So all of these costs are associated with cannabis cash counting. The upcoming year, we expect to spend $1.5 million on the same services due to the fact that payments are expected to increase and monthly renewals will be going on.
And that includes all the costs, including the hardening the facilities and all of that?
It accounts for, we have previously done some facilities improvements, some minimal, we've modified existing space for the cash counting purposes. We've invested in cash counting machines that are of high-speed nature to help the customer in and out as quickly as possible. And yes, security services, the LAPD has advised that we implement, and we utilize LAPD for those services.
And how much cash do we accept? I mean, so from cannabis, so as a percentage is what I'm looking at. How much do we accept that we're spending that $1.2 million in order to collect how much in cash?
In cash thus far, we have accepted $12 million in business tax and another $10 million in cash in payments for DCR fees.
Okay, so we're spending about 5-6% of that on basically accepting the money. So we're taking a discount because it's cash. It's costing us at least 5 or 6% to do so.
That is the total cost. That doesn't deduct for the cost of ordinary public counter services, but yes, that is the direct cost.
5 or 6% above and beyond. Obviously, accepting any kind of money there's a certain discount on that.
Yes.
But above and beyond whatever the regular order of things, it's costing us an additional 5 or 6% in order to take this money in. Is that correct?
You could say that, yes.
Yeah. Now, I guess what I'd like to get a budget report back, and it's something that did come through this committee where we talked about getting a schedule to phase out the tax payments to the city of the cannabis industry. And reason why it's a budget report back is if we could schedule that, if we knew what that schedule would look like, we could potentially pay less in all of the fortification costs and everything else. If we knew if we knew when it was going to phase out, we would know how much less we would have to spend per year moving forward, including this year. Does that make sense?
Similar to the question posed or the report back posed in committee?
Yes.
Yes,
but
I understand.
But it's exactly the same question, but it's seeing it as very relevant to this budget discussion because it potentially has an impact on how much we appropriate for this function if we had a schedule that could lower that cost.
So I don't know if you want to distinguish between the source of funds. The business tax is general fund money, and the fees are special fund. And the mayor's proposed budget identifies the special fund money to pay for the security costs.
I don't need to distinguish. It's either way, it's money that we're appropriating,
Okay.
whether it's special funds or general funds. If we were to have a phased out schedule, we would know how much money we could. It would be nice to know, I guess, which of those funds, because if we reallocate that money, we need to know whether we're reallocating special funds or reallocating general fund. But
Okay.
the real point is to figure out how much we could potentially save and potentially spend on something else, maybe cannabis education or any number of things that could, depending on where those funds are coming from. If it's special funds, it has to stay within that category.
Right.
General funds obviously could go to anything.
I imagine we could save immediately on security, which is the primary driver of the costs associated now with cash counting.
Right, or at least some portion of it if we were to bring, if it's phased out. I'm not saying it should phase out tomorrow, but over time, and we could see that schedule moving forward.
From finances perspective, we do stand ready to, we can accept electronic payments by everyone that's prepared to pay that way as soon as possible, tomorrow, today.
Great.
So we'll come back.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're asking to preserve 2 customer service positions, but without funding. How does that help your department?
I actually think it was provided for. It may have been an oversight earlier on in the process, but we're all set, actually.
So that did get provided.
We did, and we're very appreciative of that.
Great. And what other initiatives are you working on to improve the customer experience? And are those funded as well, or do you need additional funding to make those happen?
Thank you for asking and offering. Many of the things that are provided for in the budget are actually going to enhance our customer service as a department for all of the customers of finance. You asked a question a little earlier that I think is related to that, and specifically to the customer support division. I wanted to point out a positive in the customer support area in terms of hiring, and that is a year ago, as I sat before this committee, I mentioned we were on the verge of a different kind of hiring process for a division of finance that has historically had recruitment and retention issues, and that's our customer support division. We were on the verge of launching year-round testing, and I just want to go on record as saying it has been an absolute positive experience. We now test, the personnel department tests every 3 months or so and establishes a new list, both promotional and open opportunities. So we're constantly refreshing the list and infusing. It helps speed up and has a constant source of people that we are able to hire. Not quite the question you asked, but I thought you might be interested in that as well. Other things that we are doing for customer support, we recently launched with this year's funding, we launched a queue-less management system. So we've managed to drastically reduce wait times for people coming into the office to pay. It will be handling appointments, including cannabis appointments, in the very near future, and it will actually be enabling people to sign up for an appointment using their cell phone, so modern technology. We also launched a new system, a new collection system, which also improves customer service, because those who owe, who are ready to pay through on their collections accounts, will be able to do so through a portal at any time that they wish to do. They don't have to wait till our office is open or come on down to pay. So, so many customer service things. I probably could give you lots and lots. An email management system, thank you, Edwin, that we also launched that reduces the response, the time that it'll take to respond to an email inquiry to our customer support as well, is another improvement. So we're trying to save people's time, particularly in the business community, so they can spend more time focusing on their business and less time focusing on us.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Bartels, in your letter, you made reference to the LA tax modernization, and there's no funding in this year's budget related to that. So I assume that the combination of those means it's done. Is it done? Or if it's not done, can it be done with existing resources?
Yes, the modernization of LA tax is it's more than 3/4 of the way done. It will be completed in May. The 3 of the 4 waves of development have been completed, and we are on the cusp of completing the rest. It's already in practice. It was in use for this recent renewal season, and we're very pleased with it. It's come in on budget, within budget. And yes, we did indeed plant this seed for the future because we want to ensure resiliency, and we're going to explore this year at no cost to no additional cost. We're going to explore perhaps migrating the hardware to a cloud-based system. So we will keep you apprised of that and come back with recommendations this time next year.
Terrific. Thank you. One last thing on cannabis, a little idiosyncrasy of our law. We do not license delivery services, and because we don't license them, as I understand it, you cannot issue a BTRC because they're not a licensed cannabis-related business, which puts us in a position that a business operating legally in West Hollywood or some other city can be, in 99% of its business could be engaged in the city of Los Angeles, and we're not collecting a penny of business tax on it. Is that true, first of all?
That is true that no one, it is required to have a license, temporary approval or license from DCR before we can collect a penny of tax from a cannabis industry.
Okay, but that's something unique to cannabis
Unique
because
to the industry.
You issue BTRCs to all sorts of businesses that are never licensed, that may not even be legal.
That's correct.
But you issue them a BTRC, sort of no questions asked, right?
That is correct. And
Okay.
with cannabis, the ordinance expressly requires us to not issue a BTRC nor collect the tax obligation. There is no tax
Okay.
obligation unless they're licensed.
So this will be a special study report back, but I think just so that we don't lose track of this issue, I'd like to get a report back. It's probably a CLA report, I think, with finance and DCR as to potential policy revisions that we can make to ensure that we're collecting the tax on everyone doing business within the city of Los Angeles.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, members, for finance? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up is the city attorney's office. So I'd like to welcome City Attorney Fewer's Chief of Staff, Leela Kapoor. Welcome. Thanks for your patience. We have your letter, and be happy to have you open up however you'd like.
I will open up very briefly for you, Mr. Krikorian. Leela Kapoor, Chief of Staff for the City Attorney's Office, here on behalf of City Attorney Fewer and our office. I'm very grateful for you giving us the opportunity to provide some input into the proposed budget. I want to first acknowledge a couple of people who have been instrumental in helping us get this far with our budget. From the Mayor's Office, Deanna, thank you, and Raul. And of course, Mr. Llewellyn, the CAO, and his staff have been absolutely wonderful. As always, we feel like we have a very collaborative process, and we very much appreciate that. Again, being very brief, I think our letter pretty much speaks for itself. We feel that the proposed budget provides a lot of very much needed resources that will help our office continue to provide services on in both our civil practice and our criminal practice. We really do strive very much to provide support to your council and others to fulfill the policy priorities of the city. And we work very, very closely and hard with the LAPD to deal with the public safety issues. So the resources that have been provided are going to allow us to enhance those practices, and we are very thankful for what was included. I do need to have reference the $1.3 million salary cut. As I know that you are aware, that is on top of the 2% salary savings rate. So if you total the two, it's about $4 million. That is a very difficult number for us to reach. In essence, what it does is the positions that we are being given in this budget are going to become some of the positions possibly that we're not going to be able to fill because of the vacancies that we would have to have in order to meet that mark. So we would be asking that you restore the $1.3 million. Just to translate that a little bit, the 1.3 translates to about 40 support staff positions or 17 attorney positions or some combination thereof. We had the same issue this year. We were able to meet the budget by keeping positions vacant. We kept positions vacant by, in essence, slowing down the hiring process. We had numerous retirements this year, just I think because of the demographics in our office. And so for the last 6, 7, 8 months, while those retirements were occurring, we were very selective and judicious in which ones we filled and which ones we didn't. So it left some holes in our operations throughout the office, and we obviously, as any management would do, we tried to balance it throughout the office, but it was both on our criminal side and on our civil side. So we would ask that you consider restoring the $1.3 million salary reduction that was proposed. And the other subject that was discussed in our letter is the 4 new neighborhood prosecutor positions that we requested. I think all of you are very familiar with our neighborhood prosecutor program. We are very proud of it. We think it is one of our most effective programs as far as the community-based approach that we really try to take. What we did find over the years is that there are certain projects and issues in every district that are very time-consuming. And if one neighborhood prosecutor has to deal with that issue, he or she is precluded from dealing with the daily issues that LAPD calls upon or the community calls upon us to help them address, or the council offices ask us to look at. So our strategy would be to put a new neighborhood prosecutor in every bureau, have him or her responsible for handling project by project some of the bigger issues in the bureau that are going on at the moment, so as to not take over the time of the neighborhood prosecutor who is in the community on a daily basis and working on the daily issues that they normally would be dealing with. So those are our 2 requests that we would make of the committee. Here to answer any questions you may have. And I did fail to introduce Jennifer, but I know you know Jennifer, so Jennifer's been a critical part of our team as well.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this is one question that we've been looking at for a while, whether or not the Bureau of Contract Administration in their wage enforcement efforts can include overtime. I think we've been told that there's a question in state law that prevents us from enforcing overtime. I'm still not clear on why that would be.
Currently, the overtime requirement is in state law, and by state law, it is enforced at the state level. The only way that a local jurisdiction could enforce it under the current legislation would be if a local jurisdiction enacted its own overtime restrictions, and those restrictions were more restrictive or more stringent than what the state law states. If the council were to do that, for instance, raise it from 1.5 hour overtime to 1.6, 1.8, then it would become a local rule that's more stringent than state law, and at that point we could enforce. But to enforce the state law as currently written would require a legislative change.
Is there anything we could do that would be tougher rather than increasing the amount of overtime from 1.5 to something higher?
What I do know, and I'm not extremely well versed on this, but what I do know is that it can't just be an increase in penalty. It would have to be an increase to it would have to be a more stringent baseline restriction. So the most logical one is to increase the 1.5 to a 1.6 or something higher. But I certainly can ask our staff to give any other suggestions they may have if that's the goal that you were trying to reach.
Yeah, if we could ask for a little report back. Sure. And it doesn't need to be done during the budget, but on what our options are for passing something locally that would pass legal muster and allow us to enforce overtime and not just the baseline wage.
Yeah.
Also, I wonder if you could tell us from your department's perspective what the progress has been of the ACE program. How much has the revenue grown and the workload grown? And has the number of your staff that enforce it grown along with it?
I don't have the specific numbers in front of me as far as the revenue growth. We can get those for you pretty easily because we do weekly or monthly reports on it. What I can tell you is that the program has grown, as you know, because more and more departments are now utilizing the ACE program. What we are anticipating in the growth in the next fiscal year would be both, and what we've already done this fiscal year is we have moved a great number of the cannabis employee citations are now, unless the employee has a financial affiliation with the business, those employees are now being processed through the ACE process. That has increased the workload. That's already underway, and we do that at, very regularly now. What we anticipate come July 1st is the home sharing. Have no real concept as to what that workload will look like. It will depend upon how many referrals we get. And then, of course, street vending when council makes its decisions on that. So right now we are staffed well enough, sufficiently enough. What we can't anticipate is how much that workload's going to increase, and then we would have to come back and have that discussion at that time. But if you want some numbers on revenue, we can provide those to you.
That would be great. And also regarding the cannabis program, I know you'll be working with cannabis regulation on overseeing enforcement and providing legal advice. How will your 4 additional new deputy city attorneys work to do that?
The 4 attorney positions and the 1 support staff position would be focusing on enforcement. They would be on our criminal side. They would not be on our advice side, that is those attorneys that are advising DCR on transactional and general advice matters. These 4 attorneys would be in we call it our medical marijuana, we're a little behind the times, but our marijuana enforcement unit. As we've had discussions with your council, many of the filings, the majority of the filings they do are criminal filings. There are reasons why we are able to do those more quickly and more, we believe, efficiently, and still accomplish what we believe is the major goal, which is to close the businesses down. And a criminal filing accomplishes that and can accomplish it usually more quickly than what we call civil enforcement filing. Civil enforcement filings are called civil enforcement filings, but they are filed by the people of California, so they are kind of a quasi-criminal action as well, but they are heard in civil courts. They are more time-consuming to file because of their nature and because they're going through the civil court process. They are longer in tenure because civil courts just operate on slower and under less time deadlines than a criminal court would. What we recently have done, you may have heard, is we have filed a civil enforcement case. We chose a case that had more than just an unlawful activity associated with it. It was an unlicensed business. Well, we chose a case where we could also fashion allegations of more complicated allegations and allegations that we believe will allow the court to make findings and hopefully will encourage the court to utilize the penalties that are in the statute, including the fine system that is in the statute, the penalty system. So, for instance, in that case, we are alleging that the cannabis is tainted, that it has product in it that should not be in anything that's sold, and we have alleged some issues with the brokers and the property owners. So we are looking at the best way to use the civil enforcement. It also takes more LAPD time. And one of the issues we have is if the business closes before we're able to pursue it, we have to dismiss the case because the continuing nuisance, which is what we are alleging, will have curtailed as soon as the business is closed, and so we cannot go any further on the prosecution. Whereas on the criminal side, we can still pursue the property owner and or the operator even once the business is closed. So there's a lot of different factors that we have to look at. We know that the council would very much like us to take more civil enforcement actions. We are dedicated or committed to doing that. The additional staff will make that more possible given the time commitment involved. But again, we would be looking for specific cases that we're likely to be more successful on than doing it on a wholesale basis.
And do you have a sense of how successful we're anticipating to be in the coming fiscal year? I don't know the current numbers now, but let's say it's 800 illegal dispensaries. You know, whether we expect to get down to half that or a quarter of that once the year's up.
I don't have numbers for you in that respect. I would tell you that by adding four additional prosecutors, we should be able to increase our filings significantly. We do have issues with the court because they have their own workload issues. So there are times in the criminal court where we are restricted by court rules on how many cases we can file in a given period of time. What we are striving to do with the extra staff is to get the filings done more quickly, at least prepared for filing, and then we file them as soon as the criminal court will allow us to. And again, focus on the civil enforcement side.
And does the civil court system make it easier for us to file?
The civil court system would make it easier to file, but again, the civil case takes longer, and the more filings it has, the longer it takes because it sets hearings farther out. Criminal courts have deadlines by which defendants are required to be, given their rights in court, so they can't finagle that. They kind of restrict it more on the front end of the filing as opposed to once it's already been filed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
Thank you. This is, again, I guess we're asking the same question lots of different ways.
Okay.
I know that you're seeking additional staff authorization, but with the existing staff you have, with increased funding, or enforcement at least, any idea on how many additional businesses you're going to be able to, how many other businesses you're going to be able to target for shutdown? Excuse me. Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Price, I don't want to give a number because I don't know one, but I would be glad to follow up with that in the next couple of days and give you a...
That would be helpful. That would be helpful. And I see there are 2 new positions added to support Prop HHH. How is this going to impact processing and time frame for these projects?
That should impact it significantly. We work at the workload of the housing department, and I know that they are very busy processing the transactional documents that are necessary to spend that money and to get the development going. And so this will allow us to fully support them and keep up with them so that we are not slowing the process down.
All right, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Just wanted to just put another point on the cannabis enforcement. Mm-hmm. I think you kind of clarified it enough, but I just wanted to underscore that when we were talking about this in council a couple of weeks ago, mm-hmm. the sentiment that I heard from most of the members, particularly Mr. Harris Dawson, and those who have been most engaged with this issue, was to focus much more on the civil enforcement than the criminal. With the resources that we give you, and understanding it takes longer to do the civil and it's harder, which argues for more resources for civil, I would suggest. How does this change the equation on criminal versus civil compared to what you have in this year's budget?
It would be our intention, because we do understand that council wants us to at least pursue more civil enforcement and see how it works. Yeah. With the hope that we will all be open-minded when we see the results of that and determine whether it is the most effective way. So it would be our intention to utilize at least one of these positions or one full-time equivalent, depending on it, but it's a different type of attorney that you would use for civil enforcement. So to dedicate at least one of these positions for them to be filing those cases. Again, with the understanding that we're going to learn. And once we learn, we would like to be able to come back to you and have a discussion as to what's been more effective.
And is one of those positions, given how complex it is and given how time-consuming it is one of those positions enough to be able to get the adequate sample of how effective the civil enforcement actions are?
I believe it is. With the case that we filed now, that's kind of our true test case. And that was filed by an attorney who is actually not in our MEU unit. We borrowed her, so to speak, because of her civil litigation experience. And that's going to give us some guidance. We hope to get to the point that it is much more, with experience, that it becomes much more, I don't want to say route, but much more doable. And it's not new every time you do it. And so based on that, once we have a good model and one that's effective, and we see how the court reacts to it, the first court ruling will tell us a lot as to what they think is important. We should hopefully be able to streamline the system, and one position should be able to produce a good sample for us to learn from.
Okay, they'll be able to do multiple.
Yes.
Okay. And then on the the additional positions for the LAPD bureaus, for the neighborhood prosecutors. Just curious, what are a couple examples of the types of heavier time-consuming projects that the bureau-level attorney would handle and take off the plate of the patrol division?
Well, when we started having this discussion, quite frankly, we were focusing on some of the homeless issues. As I know everybody in this room knows that when we're dealing with issues with like a homeless encampment, it can be very time consuming, a lot of community engagement, a lot of working with LAPD and the council districts to try to come up with a strategy on how to address those issues. We've also, for instance, the central library and the area around the central library and how to make it safer for the patrons who are visiting the library. We've had issues around specific schools where there's like there was call for an overall strategy on how to deal with the safety issues around the school, which is a long-term, several weeks, maybe a month of kind of immersion into the problem and working with the stakeholders to try to address it. So those would be the types of things that we would want this individual to do so that the neighborhood prosecutor who's normally assigned to the division can, the division can do what they do on their daily basis. Another one that you may be familiar with is Poinsettia Park. It was the same type of an issue where there was a group of homeless individuals who were causing concerns with the community because they couldn't use the park, their children couldn't play in the park. Is there a way that we could address the issue, respecting the homeless individuals' rights as necessary, but also deal with some of the crime that was coming out of the encampment and some of the safety issues that the community was feeling.
What kind of crimes are we talking about?
I can't be specific with Poinsettia Park, but in general, some drug use, harassing in the sense of them feeling uncomfortable as you're walking by, prostitution in some cases. Some of the things that you see in some of the encampments, not all the encampments, but some of the encampments in the city.
Yeah, I'm okay with additional resources if we're dealing with drug use, if we're dealing with prostitution, if we're dealing with crimes. I get concerned when I hear us approach it from the perspective of the encampment itself. I've always advised constituents, if you're calling the police, don't call and say there's a homeless person sitting on my front lawn. Say there's a trespasser sitting on my front lawn. Or because I'm afraid of us continuing sort of locking ourselves into the criminalization of homelessness as opposed to the prosecution of the criminal activity that often at an encampment may be someone who's going there who doesn't live there.
Well, so I understand what you're saying, Mr. Bond, and it's our approach as well is that we wouldn't be looking to prosecute homeless individuals simply because they are in a homeless encampment or they're without housing. But there are certain crimes that I think should be prosecuted, such as the drug use or whatever, and violence, for instance. But there's also other strategies, which I know that you're all familiar with because you have them in your districts, but such as outreach, such as trying to get them attached to services, such as trying to get rid of old citations, which we have a clinic to do, and also getting resources in there so that at least to help make it a cleaner, safer environment, both for the individuals who live in the encampment, but as well as the community who lives around the encampment. And that was, for instance, Poinsettia Park's issue wasn't so much trying to criminalize them out of the park, it was to make it a way that the park could still be utilized by the community and address the issues that were coming, that the individuals were experiencing, but also to recognize that they have a right to, live within the rules.
Yeah, if we're targeting criminal activity at criminal hotspots,
no,
totally down with that. Just don't. I just want to make sure that this isn't a way for us to criminalize someone urinating in public in an area where we don't have a toilet for them to urinate.
No, and one of the, I believe one of the things with regarding our neighborhood prosecutor program is, well, they are neighborhood prosecutors and they do prosecute crimes. They do more than that. So much of what individuals, they do is an integrated strategy with maybe LASA, with LAPD, with the schools, if we're talking about a school issue, with the community, and prosecution may be a piece of it, but it's often not the biggest piece.
Right.
And I like the idea of the ticket clinics and you know, sort of the stuff cooperating with the Connect Days and stuff like that. And for whoever's going to tweet at me in the next 15 minutes about saying I was defending urinating in public, what I'm talking about is, instead of prosecuting somebody for urinating in public, is let's provide the toilet, which I'll bring up when we get to sanitation. And
Thank
to
you.
LASA. Thanks.
But we very much agree with the philosophy that we shouldn't be prosecuting them because they do not have housing.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Mr.
Thank
Bonin, to help you with your Twitter defense, Mr. Kretz actually wanted to provide some specific insights with regard to this park.
If anything, I can vouch for the fact that the city attorney's office is extra careful. From my point of view, a little too careful. So in the Poinsettia situation, we had
the tweets from the other side are going.
We had drug dealing and drug use. We had frequent prostitution. We had a visible bicycle theft ring. So one day you drive by and you see 20 bikes. The next day you see one. When that escalated to setting a duplex on fire and then stabbing a resident in the stomach, who fortunately was lucky and survived that, then we really got more aggressive and said, all right, there's just too much criminal activity in this encampment. But I would say that all the departments are very careful, and I don't think anyone is criminalizing anyone for minor violations that don't actually threaten the community, and that's probably where it should be.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
Thank you. A couple add-ons to some of the things my colleagues have already mentioned, and then a question. Mr. Kretz asked for a report back on some of the additional expenses and that could occur, and I just want to make sure that as part of that we include what might cost for increased family leave if we implement the civil and human rights ordinance and the right to counsel in eviction cases are all three of the things that are clearly on your list, but I just wanted to highlight them. Regarding the cannabis, something you said confused me. I just wanted to clarify it about the civil cases. You said once a business closes, the nuisance goes away. We can't continue to go after them civilly. Did I mishear that?
The way that the nuisance abatement works is that what you're prosecuting is a continuing nuisance. So once the business closes, the nuisance disappears, and if we haven't already filed that case.
Is that the only thing we can file on? So what I'm thinking of the landlord. So it makes it virtually impossible civilly to go after the landlord if they get caught. The fly-by-night illegal cannabis shop closes, and then the civil case goes away.
It's very much a question of timing, Mr. Blumenfield. If we can get into court and get jurisdiction of the court over the landlord, we may be able, or the property owner, we may be able to continue it. But what we've found is that as the cases are being prepared, because we had several of them lined up, and ended up filing on one of them, but working with LAPD, who is doing their job fantastically, but they go in with a warrant. And at that point, people close down, and it's hard to pursue a nuisance case once the nuisance has stopped.
But are there not damages that the city and the community has received financially from the illegal cannabis shop? I mean, I could imagine a whole bunch of damages that all the costs for the cops going out there, not to mention the impact on the community of the illegal shop and all the rest. Is there not a way to quantify that financially and go after them?
Nuisance abatement is, the remedies are both injunctive, so to stop the behavior, restitution in some cases if there's victims that are entitled to restitution, and then penalties, which are the ordinance your council passed are set at a maximum, and the court can award anything up into that maximum as the judge feels appropriate. It's not a typical damages case that you would have. That's why it's a civil enforcement case, again, brought by the people, as opposed to a civil case brought by, for instance, the city against a defendant or a private party against another private party. So the measure of damages is different in that type of case.
Is there a way that we can do the other kind of civil case? I mean, it just seems, I see why before in the discussions, it kind of boggled my mind why we weren't going after them, the landlords, civilly. Given what you're saying here, I kind of get it because we're, it's kind of they have an easy way out.
Well, and again, the focus of nuisance abatement actions, regardless of which statute you're going under, is to stop the nuisance, which would be closure in this case, and then there are certain penalties set up to, in essence, penalize them for their bad behavior. And so you can't think of it the way you were thinking of it, which is more of a typical damages provision.
Right.
But if it would be helpful to you, I certainly can have our staff sit with you or your staff and walk you through all of this.
Yeah, I'd like that at some point to brainstorm on other ways to civilly go after them. I mean the landlords who are enabling the illegal shops.
Well, and that's one of the reasons when we look at what civil cases we might file, we would be looking at landlords. In this last case we filed, we actually went after some brokers, the people that kind of enable the systems that enable the unlawful activity. And if we can get jurisdiction over them in the court, then we would pursue them to stop them from continuing the behavior with different tenants, for instance, going forward.
Okay, thank you. And then on the neighborhood prosecutors, I don't know if anybody actually asked for a report back on finding the funding, so I want to formalize that request as a report back to get information on the funding. But I did want to ask, so 4 new targeted problem solvers, but only 1 in the Valley. The Valley is 40.2% of the population, and only gets 25% of the resources. Am I to understand that only 25% of the problems are occurring in the Valley, and 40% of the population?
What we would be tying the 4 to is the 4 police bureaus. So,
I guess the implication of my question is there a way to tie it a little bit more equitably so that the Valley doesn't continue to get short shrift on everything, including this?
We can certainly look at that.
Okay, so maybe as part of the report back on,
Sure.
on funding, we can also see if there is a way to equalize that a little bit so the Valley, it just seems 42% of the population getting 25% of the resources, even though that happens in a lot of different areas, but here's one, it's just kind of staring us in the face, looking at the way to change it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of things that I have, actually. One is, first of all, on the liability claims account. I want to say from the outset what a great partnership it has been working with your office in risk management. To try to really take, a much more sophisticated analytical approach to potential sources of liability and investing in prevention so that we can bring those numbers down. The city attorney and your entire office has been really a terrific partner in doing that. And so I want to really laud you and your whole staff for that.
Thank you, and we feel very much the same way, Mr.
Thank you. That being said, this continues to be a very large number that we have every year. Last year we had 89 million in the liability claims account plus the other 20 million in the UB. And so I wanted to get a sense from you of where we anticipate ending the year. Was that budget allocation appropriate for the actual claims that we incurred in 18-19?
We do believe it was appropriate, and we do support continuing at that level. We were able this year, because as you know, we have been using structured settlements in several big cases. We were able this year to prepay some of the structured settlements that would have come due next fiscal year, which will allow us to free up a little bit of money so that we should hopefully stay on track for next year. But we do also have structured settlements. We weren't able to prepay all of it, probably about 50%. So we are going into next year with some structured settlements that will come due And then it looks like that's kind of our we're hoping that's our plateau, and then next year we can see where we're at.
So that anticipates my next question,
Mm-hmm.
which is the portions of the structured settlements that will be carried forward into
Mhm.
1920.
Mhm.
Have those already been assumed in the estimate of what the liability
Yes.
claims appropriation should be?
Yes, just as they were this year as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's not going to, we're not going to have an anticipated overage by the amount of the structured settlements because of the ordinary claims that come in.
We
during
are
the
very
fiscal
much
year.
hoping not.
Very good. Okay. And then the other point was there's $400,000 in the proposed budget for positions to support mental competency caseloads that were previously handled by the DA.
Mhm.
Why are those cases being handled by the city? What are those cases, and why are they being handled
Those are
by the city
cases that are in the Department 95. They're defendants who have mental health issues that preclude them from participating in their defense, so they're incompetent to stand trial. What has happened, the DA staffs that court now, and has always just, as a courtesy, so to speak, to us, has taken our caseload because they're there anyway. The caseloads have increased dramatically because more and more defendants are being referred to Department 95. And so the DA had said about 8 months ago, they can't continue to carry our caseload any further. They were nice enough to continue it through July 1st so that we could request staffing so that we could handle those cases ourselves.
Okay, so I'm glad we're doing it, but somewhat related to that then is that the county has principal responsibility for providing mental health
Mhm.
services
Mhm.
to those folks, those
Mhm.
defendants. So when they are found to be mentally incompetent to stand trial,
Mhm.
since we're undertaking that obligation
Mhm.
now for those competency proceedings, is there still an avenue by which we're referring them to county mental health for actual services?
So Department 95 has been around for many, many years, and it is staffed by mental health professionals as well. So there's a direct conduit between the judicial system and the mental health system, and that would remain. It would just be us representing the city defendants, the misdemeanor defendants.
Okay, very good. Lastly, I share your concern about the $1.2 million salary reduction, and I'd like a report from your office on the service reduction that would be required to be able to meet that salary reduction, and as a budget report back. Okay. Anything else for the city attorney members? All right.
Thank
you
you very
very
much.
much. Appreciate you being with us. And members, just as a time check, we're about 30 minutes behind anticipated schedule. Not too bad, but just as a point of reference. Our next department will be the Office of the City Controller. And we'll be hearing from the Chief Deputy Controller, Georgia Matera. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
Thanks for your
afternoon.
patience.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. I'm Georgia Matera, Chief Deputy Controller for the Controller's Office. I am joined by my staff, Jovan Lavender to my left. I have Matthew Crawford, and I have Beth Kennedy as well, to answer any questions that may come up. I'm going to be extremely brief, so hopefully that will be something you will appreciate. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the mayor's team and the CAO's office for their work on helping us in the budget, and we are very appreciative of our budget. I know that your committee has received and has reviewed our budget letter, so I'm not going to spend time on that. I am just going to bring one item to the attention of the committee, which is the request for a special investigator position for our office, for our fraud, waste, and abuse unit. Our fraud, waste, and abuse unit is currently staffed with just one special investigator to oversee all of the fraud, waste, and abuse claims and tips that come in through our hotline. The role of the unit is currently, as it stands with one person, is simply just to be intake and referral. We gather the information from the hotline, and then we will send them to the affected departments. Occasionally, though, there are some complaints that come in that we cannot send to a department simply because it may bring up a problem with management. So those cases sit in our office. We have about 88 of those pending, but with one person, it's very hard for us to be a proactive resource for the city. So we envision that this new position will help to increase the number of cases that are investigated by this office, expedite their review and disposition. They will also perform some data monitoring and some analysis. We'll begin to build greater fraud awareness for the city, as well through our websites, through video training, and through an interactive process with our fraud liaisons. And so we want to come from a reactive place to a proactive position, at least by having another position to help us. So we believe the return on the investment for this position will more than pay for itself within the first year of implementation. Essentially, that's all we wanted to bring up to you. We thank you for your time. We thank you for your attention. I have staff here. We're able to answer any questions that you may have.
Very good. Thank you very much. Mr. Price.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, for your hard work, you and staff. Just one quick question on this e-payables project that we're undertaking. It says here that we'll reduce reliance on paper checks and it's going to generate some rebates. Kind of curious, what kinds of rebates? Are other municipalities doing this? Are we cutting edge? Are we behind the curve? How does this e-payables work?
Controller. On e-payables, which, as you said, we're just beginning with. We began in March, so we have about 1 month of experience. Other jurisdictions are definitely taking advantage of the program. Our bank in this, our banking partner is U.S. Bank for this, and their primary actual partners are actually the universities. They have a bunch of UCs and Cal States that participate in this similar program, and they have other governmental agencies as well. So we're not, we're not cutting edge on it, but I wouldn't say we're necessarily, way behind the curve. It's not like everybody else is
What kinds of rebates are we looking at,
rebate
and how much money is that going to generate? Do we think?
Roughly, as is in the budget, we're guessing that in this first year, it'll generate approximately $1 million in rebates. That definitely will vary and depend on a lot of things that we're not really certain of yet, but that's what we're kind of estimating at this point. It's between 1 and 1.75% of each payment we make.
Of each payment made?
Yes.
Sure. And so you're seeking authority of one accountant to support this? How is it being supported now, or is it?
The council provided us with a position to do all the necessary support for the vendors and departments and to do the daily and monthly reconciliations. So we're in the process of filling that right now. Actually, I think we have a person selected, and I think they're starting in a couple weeks. So that person will be in charge of that. Right now, the volume is still low enough that we can deal with those daily reconciliations with existing staff. But as the program expands, that would become pretty difficult pretty quickly.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you. Thanks for the brief presentation. I'll try to be brief in turn. Just had a couple questions about the backlog in the fraud, waste, and abuse unit. I understand you have a backlog of 78 cases. Any anticipated ballpark of the number of new cases that might get opened in the next fiscal year?
Well, we average between 300 to 400 cases per year. And this quarter, actually, due to the new training that we implemented, caseload went up by about 50% because of people are more aware. So we do about 400, 300 to 400.
And with the resources you have, if this fiscal year you did 400 and there's a backlog of 78, will we have a backlog of 78? Will we have a backlog of 160 or?
Well, as you know, the cases they ebb and flow. So right. as we progress, we'll close out certain cases will come up, certain cases will come back unsubstantiated. So it's a constant process. And so we kind of hover around that number. I know, Beth, I don't know if the number is any different than the 78 or so that we currently have. It tends to hover around there.
Okay. And do you have any analysis or any sense at all of how much money the city might recoup on fraud cases if we had more resources in the FWA unit so that you could do more?
Well, we thought about that question ourselves, and we were looking, and sometimes it's hard, if you can deter something from happening, it's very hard to quantify that, of course. There have been instances where we've had some hotline tips that have come in that have substantiated the need, that have proven that we have cut off or kept something from happening. But I don't have any dollar values aside from the building and safety investigation that's ongoing.
Sure.
That is a little more solid.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Bloomfield?
On similar lines, are a lot of these cases, or do any of these cases end up as False Claims Act cases where we get treble damages?
I don't know, Beth, do you have an answer on that one?
Yeah, I'm aware of one that's with the city attorney right now for a false claim that they're evaluating, but that would be something that would go to the city attorney's office that would move forward with that. But we've worked with the city attorney on one case.
Do we monitor? I mean, just in terms of, it would be helpful to us to know. I mean, by the way, I think it's critical to get another person for fraud, waste, and abuse compared to other cities. Mm-hmm. That's low-hanging fruit for us, and I'm all for it. But along the lines of my colleagues, it would be great if we could quantify that a little bit and have metrics on the money that we are getting back, understanding that, you know, the ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, and it's harder to quantify the prevention because you don't know how many cases would go. But some of these cases are going to be prosecuted and are going to be returning money to our treasury, and particularly the false claims one, a lot of money. So it'd be good to know to follow that in the future. But so I certainly want to add on to asking for a report back on getting the funding for that. Now, with respect to the you guys deal with the MOUs in all of the labor contracts, right? So, and I know that we've talked about how complicated it is for all 43 of them. And while the details of the tentative agreements with the coalition haven't been released yet, were we able to work with our labor partners to simplify some of these complexities? And is that something that you guys are still engaged in, and how is that process going?
Yes, great question. We've been working closely. We work closely with the CAO's office, and they have been a great partner in this. We have a weekly or a biweekly steering committee that we talk about these kinds of payroll issues in. As the CAO was negotiating the contracts, obviously we're not part of those agreements, but what we do is we work with them to talk about some of the complexities and some of the issues that might arise in terms of programming those MOUs, those MOU changes into our current payroll system. So we do work closely with them, and we go through the MOUs. We actually have a position that's dedicated to work, to walk through the MOUs to make sure that we capture all of the changes and that they're input correctly into our payroll system. And we have a very good relationship, of course, with our contractor, who then makes the changes into PACER.
Okay. And then last, I'm a big fan of all the open data stuff that you guys have been doing. And is there any resources that you need, and what can we expect in terms of more data sets given the budget that you have and the progress on taking our open data to the next level?
Well, that's a great question, and I know that the controller is very much data-centered and data-centric and likes to present as much as he can in a data format. We have a contract coming up with Socrata, I think. Yeah, so we are able to cover the Socrata contract for this year, and so we are fine in that regard. We do want to look to add more resources eventually in terms of bolstering the technology for the controller's office, but we are fine at this time. We may come back to the council in the future, but the CAO has helped us to be able to move money around if we do have some savings, to be able to move into our contractual services account so we can accelerate the more data-driven approach.
I guess maybe that can be a non-budget report back about it. I'd love to know what the trajectory is in terms of the open data, what we expect in terms of data sets for the coming year, and how that looks for the future years, because I do want to make sure you've got all the funds that you need, not just for the contract, but to take that to the next level, I think it really is important, but it doesn't need to be a budget impact because I don't think it's going to change this year's budget. Thank you.
Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll add my voice to interest in the special investigator positions. I think waste, fraud, and abuse is critical for us to deal with. I think Controller's Office is already doing a good job with that, but could use some additional staffing, so I'd be happy to see that. I know virtually every other large city has a much more substantial number of hires in that area, and it's not because they lose money on those positions, I'm sure. So I'll look forward to seeing that. Also, as chair of personnel, I've been pushing to see us overhaul our payroll system for many years, and it seems like that's finally getting close, and several departments are involved, including yours. So I wonder if you could update us with the progress that you've seen from your department's perspective.
On the payroll system,
Yes.
yes. Actually, it's been a great effort. We've been collaborating. We have a great team with ITA. We have personnel department, our department, as well as the CAO's office. And we just completed the evaluations of our prospective vendors. And we're in the process of making that final selection. KPMG is an external source that we've been relying on to help us to validate the scores and the numbering. We want to make sure we do this correctly. So we'll be reporting back to the council very soon with a report that will ask for authority to negotiate a contract and move forward with a selected vendor. So we are very close, and we're excited for all the work that's been done so far. There's a lot more heavy lifting to do, but I believe that we have a great team in place, and we thank you for the resources. We thank the council and the CAO's office and the mayor's office for putting in the resources we need to make sure this project's successful.
And what do we think the timeline is for this to be fully implemented and up and running?
We're looking in at least around a 2-year range, I would say. By the time we execute the contract and we get the vendor on board and we make the changes, and there's a lot of change management that needs to come in and a lot of policies that need to be established to ensure that we have a good payroll system in place.
And in another area, I understand that you're looking to do 12 audits this year, which is down from previous years. Why that number?
Actually, no, we are doing quite a few more than that. I'm not sure that information may be old, but we have a list of audits where right now we are looking at probably around 25 to 30 audits. We have
for the coming
we have
year.
a big schedule. Yeah, that's coming out.
Could you make that list available? Could you make
I'm
that
sorry?
list available? Could you make that list available?
Oh, yes, I'm sure we can. I'll make sure we go back and check with the controller.
That'd
He has
be
a lot
great.
of things that he'd like to get done.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think my colleagues covered what I wanted to ask. Oh, except the special fund analysis. There's funding in the proposed budget for 2 positions to continue the reconciliation. This has been a multi-year project that it's been a good partnership between this committee and the Controller's Office to try to identify some of the special funds that can potentially be utilized for the benefit of the budget, which have not been, for a variety of legal and other reasons. So I'm very supportive of continuing that work and continuing that funding. Just to put a kind of a scale on it, though, because I think sometimes the public has misunderstood this issue just a little bit. I think there's been discussion of, something like $4 billion in special funds and, sort of absurd numbers like that. So I'd like to hear how much of that is in proprietary departments over which the council does not have control, and how much of it is special funds that could potentially be used for the benefit of this budget.
Mm-hmm. Great question. I'm going to hand it over to Matt.
The $4 billion number probably comes out of our preliminary financial report, which details cash balances at the end of the fiscal year. $4 billion is roughly the amount of cash that was in the total special purpose funds, all 700 of them, as of June 30th last year. That is not to say that there's $4 billion sitting unused at all. Every special fund, or at least many of the special funds, carry balances because they're being used a lot. The building and safety funds, the sanitation funds, any of the big special funds that you and anyone that follows the city finances are very familiar with, all have a lot of money on June 30th because they have a lot of work to do in June and they have a lot of work to do in July. Just because we hit the end of the year doesn't mean they magically have no money. So the June 30th number, yes, it's $4 billion. It is not $4 billion of money that should have been spent. It's just the money we happen to have in the bank as of the end of the year. We had $1 billion in the general fund and reserve fund together too, but we're also not pointing out that we didn't spend $1 billion we should have spent.
Thank you.
That's just not how it works.
Now, there's a relatively tiny fraction of that pie that is in fact tied up in very restrictive special funds that have been created for specific purposes. Some of those purposes have become moot or obsolete in some way. And the council just approved CAO's recommendations, again, working with the controller's office as to many of those funds to try to figure out ways that we can legally reprogram them or otherwise use that funding. Are there any additional recommendations? Oh, well, let me just put it this way. You don't have to answer. If there are any other recommendations beyond what the CAO has indicated that the controller's office can provide as to any of the other special funds, because you've been so immersed in this, that would be relevant to this year's budget, recommendations that we can use in this year's budget, I'd ask that you compile those into a budget impact memo so that we can consider that before we're finished.
Okay, we'll take a quick look through, since you have a pretty tight timeline, and see if we have anything teed up that's ready at this point that you'd be able to use for this year's process.
Great. So I guess that would be then both a budget impact and a special study memo, because if there isn't anything that's right away teed up, I get that this is a big thing, but it is worth pursuing over the long haul as well. So the special study can wait, but if there's anything that you see that is appropriate for this year's budget, it's important for the committee to know that.
We'll take that look, and rest assured you'll have future reports coming from us on this issue.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Anything else, members?
I just wanted to add one more thing.
Councilmember
Blumenfield, you asked me about the technology and some of the things we're doing. One of the couple things that I forgot to mention to you is the controller recently just launched a brand new website that has completely been redone, and it is a lot more interactive and user-friendly. The other thing that we're doing citywide for the city family is we've taken our controller's intranet that was severely outdated, and we've actually updated it to be a more user-friendly experience for all the city employees, and to be able to be a resource where you can go online, you can get, you can sign up for training, you can get, you can file, you can fill out applications or information or straight online. You don't have to do all the paper anymore that we used to have to sign and send over to our office. So there's a lot of things that we're trying to make some inroads in terms of automating processes and allowing the city employees to be able to access that information quickly, easily, and readily. And so that is part of our bigger IT initiative as well.
Okay. Anything else for the controller, members? Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us. Thanks for your continuing good work. That brings up City Ethics Commission. And we'll be hearing from the Executive Director of the City Ethics Commission, Heather Holt. Welcome, Ms. Holt.
Thank you very much. I hope it's not too distressing to say good evening, but good evening.
This is the Budget and Finance Committee. That does not distress us at all.
Good. With me this evening is Deputy Executive Director David Tristan. I do want to take just a very brief moment to acknowledge him and the rest of the staff at the Ethics Commission and our commissioners. We are a small agency, actually very small in light of our many legal mandates, but they are a dedicated group of talented professionals, and it's a privilege for me to work alongside them. Staff resources are essential for us to accomplish our mandates, and that's where we focused our budget requests this year. I do want to thank the mayor and the CAO and their staffs for submitting a proposed budget that would properly classify 2 existing positions and add an auditor position to our ranks. I would ask you to also accommodate our requests for education and project assistant positions. With regard to education, that is one of our absolute top priorities. It's critical for us to be able to help the tens of thousands of people that we regulate understand what they need to do in order to avoid inadvertent violations of the law. In fact, the charter requires us to have an education program. We previously had a 3-person education team, and that was eliminated during the economic turndown and has never been restored. With regard to the project assistants, we have not had permanent administrative staff since 2010, and we have been in constant 6-month cycles of hiring, then training, then losing as needed staff to fill that gap for us. So it is very important for our efficiency for us to have project assistants who can provide reliable and consistent administrative help and can be shared among our different programs to fill in some of the professional needs that ebb and flow during the course of a year in our work. So I would ask you to make those investments, which will significantly increase our efficiency, help us comply with our legal mandates, and help us help others comply with their legal mandates. And we would be happy to answer your questions.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your tremendous work that you do. As always, very underfunded, and you always come here with modest and very reasonable and thoughtful requests. And so I think the education positions is obviously money very well spent in terms, even within the department's budget, in terms of preventing future enforcement and sort of compliance. Exactly. It's better to spend the money on the front end than on the back end, and it's certainly much better for the ethics and politics of the city. So I'd like to get that report back on funding sources for the 3 education positions. And with that report, I'd also like to understand whether we could utilize those positions to expand the education programs that you have to encompass the neighborhood council system as well, because there are certain issues of conflict of interest and otherwise that neighborhood councils have to deal with, and they have very little support to be able to provide the preventive kind of education they need. So I'd like to have that included in the report. And then on the project assistant positions, I'd also like to ask for a similar report back on those positions. But in addition, I'd like to know whether that work could be done by classifications such as administrative clerk that might be able to utilize the targeted local hire program. Okay. So do they need to be project assistants or could they be clerks? And
yes.
if so, I'd certainly like us to pursue targeted local hire as a possibility there.
Okay, so we'd be happy to report on that.
That's all I've got. Thank you. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo everything Mr. Krikorian just said. I was going to make the same asks. Just had one other thing to ask about. The council, as you well know, has been discussing Mr. Rue's proposal about a ban on contributions from developers, and he's also proposed behested payments, I guess. If that passes, I'm curious how you're going to implement it and what resources you're going to need. Like at LA Metro, like they've got a whole department that tells everybody here's where there may be a conflict, because there's subcontracts and stuff like that, and you're notified because of the work they do. I don't think what we're talking about is going to work if it's just, okay, we're throwing you all to the wolves under the new rules. So if that passes, what are you imagining you will need? And since it hasn't passed, I'm assuming you don't have those resources in here yet, but would need to it later in the year.
Yes, absolutely. We don't want to throw anyone to the wolves ever. So that does tie into the request for education positions, certainly making it clearly understandable what the rules would be is highly important. But as part of the recommendation, the commissioners did say that we should have another filing system similar to the other online filing systems that we have with regard to the lobbying program and the contractor and bidder program, so that through our website, people would be able to determine any time of night or day in real time whether someone has qualified under the law as a developer or someone who should be considered restricted in their campaign contributions. The Rules Committee did ask for a report back on what those resources would need to be. We are in the initial stages of assessing that more precisely. We have had an initial meeting with the planning department, but right now our thought is that we would need a programmer position to create and maintain the system itself, and an analyst position in order to administer the filings and help people stay, to provide advice and help people stay in compliance. We would probably also need some additional funding for server space and other technological requirements that would go along with that. But we are going to report back to the Rules Committee with more precise numbers.
Yeah, I think it may be even more complex than what you're imagining. If every elected official or their staff has to individually vet every planning matter that comes before the council, I mean, most of what we do is land use, really. That's gonna, we're all gonna need a full-time person to do that.
The recommendations, just to clarify, are far more narrow than that. They would apply to discretionary actions at the planning department stage. So it would not be everything that goes before building and safety and planning. Anyone who is entitled to a by right permit would not be included in that.
Right, but anything that goes through Plum and anything that gets appealed from APC?
Certainly that goes to Plum, yes.
Yeah, that's
yes.
something on almost every day's agenda of
yeah.
the council. What I'd ask is, I think it might behoove you to talk to Karen Gorman over at Metro and see what system they use, because no system is perfect, but it's certainly a lot better than what I imagine we could wind up with, given the way we underinvest in some of our systems. So I'd ask that you do that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Blumenfield.
Just add on that, large numbers of people would be not just being added on every day, but also falling off that list every day.
Correct.
And so there'd have to be a mechanism in real time to be able to click on somebody's name at any given day, sort of get a timestamp on June 3rd, 2020, they were okay, but yes. On June 4th, they're not okay. So, and then you have to match that up to if they were to make a contribution.
Yes. We are actually pretty agile when it comes to creating programs like that. We have done that with previous programs and most recently with the bidder contractor system. So this is something that we have done before and do feel confident in our ability to do that for these purposes as well.
Okay. Do you expect the 5.5-year term change? Is that enough to allow Ethics Commission to reduce or eliminate the audit backlog? And how will the CD12 and LAUSD special elections impact that?
Well, reducing the backlog has been the goal, and we have made significant progress on that front, and we were poised to be able to begin the audits for the 2020 primary elections in August of 2020, which is the earliest time under state law that we could possibly begin those audits. However, the 2019 elections have affected that, and we estimate that there will be mandatory audits for 19 committees as a result of the LAUSD and city elections this year. Even with the additional auditor that's proposed in this budget, that will put us about 6 to 8 months behind the August 2020 date. So we will probably realistically start the audits for 2020 in the first quarter of 2021.
And of course, that you'll be barraged with all of the elections at that point.
Yes, it's too soon for us to know precisely how many committees we'll have to audit, and actually the changes to the matching funds law in terms of who qualifies for matching funds could affect that, because everyone who receives matching funds must be audited by law. But we are estimating that we will have 50 to 75 committees to audit as a result of the 2020 elections.
Well, that's got your work cut out for you on that.
We do, yes.
Just another sort of random thing. A lot of times the lobbyists may arrange a meeting with me or my staff, and there's a client that doesn't appear on the ethics department list. And I know sometimes that's because it falls below the reporting threshold. Mm-hmm. So it's not necessarily something insidious. But is the Ethics Commission considering any changes to increase the transparency, switching from hours-based to straight dollar thresholds? And how often is that list updated?
Yes to the first question. We actually have a recommendation that would completely overhaul the lobbying ordinance, which is pending with the Rules Committee now. And it would, in fact, do that very thing. It would do a lot of things, but it would change the definition of lobbyist from one that is based on the amount of time that you invest in those activities to the amount of dollars that you receive for those activities, which I think is a good move. But that is something that the commissioners spent about 18 months looking at all of the lobbying laws in a lot of detail, and that recommendation is pending. And I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your second question.
Oh, just how often the list is updated now?
Oh, the lobbying program actually is one of the systems that we have created in-house and does provide real-time information about who is registered and who the clients are at any given time. So as soon as somebody registers, that information is available to the public online.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
By the way, Mr. Blumenfield, just for context, not too many years ago, well, it has been a few years ago, when I was on the Ethics Commission, it was routine that audits would take place about 4 years after the election, which meant that a person that's already up for re-election on the eve of re-election when they're getting their audit results from the previous election is absurd. So the progress that's been made is really noteworthy. Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I probably just want to add on to the concerns about the developer tracking. And having been Chief of Staff to a member of the Board of Equalization quite a while ago, where they have a regulation that no one can vote on something before the board if you've given over $249. Each staff member had a full-time staff member that did nothing but comb through their political contribution records, making sure that they were legal. I thought that was a little extreme for what was required of the elected official themselves. So I don't know if there's a way to do it, but in the ideal, what I envision this to be is something where this department will track those potential violations and will let us know when we can't vote on something. And if you don't let us know, we don't have to have our people digging through pages and pages of records and trying to figure out if this person was a developer and when did they give and is this by right or not by right. If it's not done right, it could be a system that easily traps someone that does everything they can to be legit and accidentally takes a contribution. So I would encourage us, regardless of what it costs, to create that kind of a system if we're really going to follow this up. So we're not trying to trap our elected officials. We're trying to help them make sure this doesn't go wrong. And while your intention wouldn't be to trap us, the inadvertent intention, if we don't set up that kind of a system, it would be inadvertent, but it could happen.
Yes, absolutely, and we certainly don't want to create a system that would entrap anybody. Again, for clarity's sake, the recommendations from the commissioners would not impose a ban on voting associated with contributions received from developers. It would simply be a prohibition on an election committee from receiving those contributions, and on the developer from making those contributions. But it is not, as it currently stands, it would not affect your voting authority.
So how would that happen then? So you're running a campaign, somebody does a fundraiser for you, you get a bunch of checks, you turn them in, and you've committed a violation. How do you prevent that for us?
Well, the same thing currently exists now for contributions from lobbyists and lobbying firms. So that is a similar kind of prohibition that would exist, and with an online filing system and disclosure system, that would be resources that would be available to the committees. We also have gone to great lengths in recent years because of the ban on contributions for bidders and contractors and lobbyists to create compliance tools. There is now, and there has been for years, ways for candidates and their treasurers to access our online programs and essentially run searches with different parameters that would highlight potential issues for them. We have also adopted an excess contribution policy, which provides pretty generous timeframes within which contributions that should not have been received can be cured, so as not to create a violation for the candidate or the committee.
Yeah, I think lobbyists are a lot easier. I think we know what a lobbyist is, and it's pretty well defined. Whether someone's a developer in a somewhat obscure category of giving 12 months, this, that, the other thing, I don't think it's going to be as simple. So I would hope the onus is on the entity that's helping us do it rather than on the elected officials.
Well, and we would certainly want to have an education team that is at the ready to assist you with that. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, based on some recent experience I've had, I certainly think there should be better education and information on applicable rules and how they work. I'm curious, so what the interface do you have with the city attorney on these matters? Are you two separate ships, or do you confer or collaborate, or what's the process?
Yeah, there is a city attorney who is assigned to our ethics commissioners, and we do interact with that office on a very regular basis, sometimes daily, with regard to the laws that we administer. There is a difference, or there is a separation, I should say, in terms of the advice and the enforcement that occurs. We, as the Ethics Commission, are focused on city laws, and the city attorney's office focuses on state laws. And so there are more general laws about conflicts of interest, for example, that are handled by the city attorney's office rather than by our office. So there is
But do you also handle conflict issues, or no?
We do not. That is in the state law. The conflicts law is currently in state law, and we don't have a duplicate or a different version of that.
You mentioned that you had presumably a more robust education program before the cuts were made. What did that include, and what would you like to bring back?
Yes.
What kinds of programs would you like to bring back to educate and inform?
Yeah, we previously were able to provide much more agency-specific trainings for people within City Hall. We get more and more requests from the departments about, can you tell us about the issues that we would encounter? As you can imagine, the issues that someone at the airports might encounter would be very different from something that someone at the zoo might encounter. So we would be able to return to that and provide more agency-specific assistance. We would be able to provide publications and create a social media presence, which wasn't part of the previous education group, but we are now in that phase with our new website that we would really like to be able to do that. We also hope to be able to provide more regular communications as reminders of what is required to comply with the law. We have state or city law requires a variety of different regulated communities to take trainings. And so, for example, city officials have to take a two-hour training every 2 years. And that's great for big overview kinds of purposes. But it's also, we have found, very helpful to be able to send out bite-sized pieces of information to people. As a reminder, there are gift limits, and you know, sometime later in a different communication, there are revolving door issues. That helps people to focus in on the issues that might affect them without having to remember an entire 2-hour training constantly. So those are the kinds of things that we would like to do. One other thing I should note is that we currently have, based on the way city law works and state law works, we have about 6,000 individuals on staff with the city who are defined as city officials, which is essentially anyone who is required to file a Form 700. The state people who are required to file a Form 700 are specified in agency conflict of interest codes, and state law requires regular updates to those codes. As a result of our compliance and different agencies' compliance with that state law, we expect to add about 3,500 new city officials just in the next year, and those numbers will increase. And all of those new people who are newly city officials will also need to be trained.
Well, like I said, I certainly support any education and information program around these issues, paramount of importance not only for electeds, but for business people and for citizens. And I think we should be more proactive in providing this information in a way that's easy to understand and easier to comply with. So thank you for your efforts. And
you're welcome. I
look forward to working with you as we continue to expand that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, members, for ethics? All right, Ms. Holt, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to you and your team. Okay, so that brings up personnel, and this report by the General Manager of Personnel, Wendy Macy, will also include HRB as well. Ms. Macy, welcome.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Krikorian and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I'm still going to consider it afternoon at this point.
Sun's still up.
Yes. And I'd like to just quickly introduce my team that's with me. I have Bill Weeks, Vincent Cordero, Jody Yaxheimer, Aram Kayumjan, and Michael Del Rosa, who are here to answer any questions you may have. I also want to echo everyone else's comments and express my deep appreciation to the Mayor's Office and to the CAO for all of the investments in Personnel Department infrastructure that have been in the budget. We're very, very appreciative of continuation of examination staffing, which we know from the dialogue so far today has been a high priority. Our targeted local hire program, highly successful, allowing underserved Angelinos to have great access to city jobs. Our Anytime, Anywhere testing program, which does allow us to expedite the hiring process, allowing candidates to test from home, as well as investments in liaison services, which is sort of the back end part of the hiring process, using special funds to deal with hiring priorities in several key departments. We have several things that we asked for in our letter, and I know you've received the letter, so I don't want to belabor it by going over everything in detail. We had one ask, which was a chief equity officer. This has been a priority of the mayor's office to fund a centralized intake unit handling EEO complaints, and we believe it was just an oversight to omit the one position of the chief. And several of our requests, I think, are particularly timely given our discussion so far today, because they do relate to hiring and feedback that we have specifically requested from our customer departments. For example, we have a request in medical services, which directly impacts hiring, as well as our Bridge to Jobs proposal, which is an expansion of target local hire, which will allow a new avenue by which city departments can hire expeditiously using a new way. And also our investment in training and supervisors and managers, we believe will actually free up our HR staff's time, because our HR staff do much more than simply hiring. And if we have well-trained frontline supervisors, we believe that this will increase capacity within our personnel folks to concentrate on other aspects of HR. We're also committed to the city's sustainability efforts and removing paper. One of the many paper projects we have are our paper folders, and we're working as fast as we can to eliminate paper folders and enter the digital age finally. And we really would like to, again, I think that the focus on risk management is important. We'd rather focus our resources on safety, on preventing accidents and injuries rather than adjusting claims. We'd rather focus our energy on training employees rather than dealing with investigations and problems on the back end. And we'd rather spend our time hiring rather than helping employees exit city service. So I do want to address some of the discussion on hiring. We really appreciate this. We really appreciate this dialogue. We really appreciate this conversation. We have been working as fast as we can since the advent of the recession. In the personnel department, I don't know if people realize the volume of what we deal with, but we typically get about 135,000 applications a year. We test about 65,000 candidates and generate over 400 eligible lists. We, of course, would like to reduce our vacancy rates even more. Our analysts probably carry a higher caseload than we would like, but we have been very well supported by the mayor's office in looking at not only, what can we do with our capacity, but what can we do in terms of process improvements. And the mayor's office has been very, very supportive to us in allowing us to explore avenues such as anytime, anywhere testing, such as a program that we want to institute of anytime, anywhere, any device video interviews, use of virtual and augmented reality for some of our tests and providing candidates an understanding of the city, and other technological initiatives. We also want to consolidate our group that handles hiring processes across many of our consolidated departments into one to achieve the economies of scale. That consolidation is really one of its cornerstones of why it even exists. So with that, I'm happy to take, and my team are happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Well, we'll start with our Chair of Personnel, Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank whoever just turned on my microphone. I want to thank you for collaborating with city departments and helping develop innovative strategies to help resolve their needs, like anytime, anywhere testing, which I think has been a tremendous success, along with your good work on targeted local hire and the Bridge to Jobs program. I think the city needs to be able to offer new opportunities to semi-skilled job seekers, and hopefully this and other activities will help. I think the issue that we still face with the department is being able to hire enough staff. And I know a lot of folks have expressed to me in various departments that the process is too slow and that we often will lose candidates that are very viable and go through the process, but at some point they drop out. So I think what we want to ask is, are there other things that we can fund to get you there to where the hiring process is optimal? And in particular, we have a good budget this year. We added a number of additional positions throughout the city family, but does that keep up with what your needs are? Because you have to actually do the hiring of all those new positions. So what's first of all, sort of what's your response in general? I know there were positions added last year, but now there's so many more positions to hire. Where does that actually leave you? The city's needs, hiring needs, have increased greatly, and the number of clients that we service have increased greatly. For example, within the liaison departments, which are the 24 departments that we provide a comprehensive array of HR services to, not just hiring,
they've increased by over 2,000, while our staff has increased by about 9 in that area. Our number of examination requests that we receive, we're very grateful of the increase that was given a few years ago when we were getting about 15, 16 or so exam requests a month. Now we routinely get over 24 a month. So the demand has definitely increased. I mentioned a moment ago the number of applications that we have to go through. So I think it's a combination. It's a combination of probably reducing the caseloads of some of the folks that deal with that. Right now, our exam analysts may handle maybe 13 or so exams at any given time. Ideally, they would handle maybe 8 or so, and that would give them more time to actually process the exams more quickly, as well as really changes in the process that we've been trying to implement. And our emphasis has been on the candidate. The Anytime Anywhere testing has been meant so that no candidate can be deterred from applying for a job with the City of Los Angeles because of geography, because of equity, because of not being able to make our schedule to come to our high school on a particular Saturday. And so that makes it a lot more candidate friendly. We also received, I neglected to mention, for the first time since the recession, some additional resources in recruitment. And this, again, allows us to have outreach to candidates. And what we want to do is try to sort of hook them in quickly. We've also implemented express testing. And what that means is, I think Ms. Bartels mentioned it, this is where we're able to generate an eligible list periodically, so that a candidate doesn't have to wait for the next time an exam is given. They can do it within the next few months, possibly from home. Even if they live in Detroit, they can apply for our jobs. So we've been trying to do that to be able to continue to meet the hiring demands. You alluded also to our Bridge to Jobs program. We believe that's a way to fill some very critical classifications that departments have specifically asked us for, that we believe we can train within the city. In liaison services, I do want to mention that, again, they do not just merely do hiring. They handle everything related to HR. They handle disciplines, they handle grievances, they handle different employee relations issues, they handle leaves, they handle workers' comp, they handle EEO, and so forth. And so, ideally, again, we would like to get our workforce well-trained and well able to nip some of these things in the bud so that our HR resources can really focus on some of the positive things in an employee's journey through the city.
Well, I know at some point we're going to have a PAW committee hearing on recruitment and the controller's audit on that. But in the meantime, look, there are a lot of issues where there's a little bottleneck within the whole bottleneck of the hiring process, like medical exams, for instance. I understand that even though the medical exams aren't necessarily that detailed, that it can take a couple months wait before you get a medical exam. There have to be a lot of people that drop off and we lose just because of that one step. So I know on an efficiency standpoint, there are some cities that aren't as aggressive in requiring medical exams for people in non-physical positions. At the same time, we also don't have enough staffing. So if we staffed up in that area, presumably we could cut that in half or less. So you might be able to give us a little bit of an idea, but I wonder if you could come back with a full report on what it would take to make this department as efficient and as effective as possible in terms of hiring. Because I know most years you'll ask for something, you'll ask for a little something, you'll get the little something in one area will suddenly become more efficient. Or we'll get a little funding for backlogs and over 3 years we'll chip away at them or eliminate them. And by the way, is our testing backlog pretty much eliminated at this point?
Yes, we're able to immediately, within a couple of weeks, assign an exam to an analyst. And so that sort of, I guess, backlog doesn't exist anymore. Again, the exam analysts probably carry too many cases than they need to, but we definitely make sure that they're identified promptly. We do also track all of our exam metrics routinely, and we know what causes exams to take longer than we would like, and those are things that we either address internally or we address with our customer departments. I do want to specifically comment on the medical, because you brought up a very good point, because that is something that we definitely hear from our customers, that they would like to get medical exams done more quickly, because that's really the last stage in the hiring process, and it's what preventing someone from getting in the door and starting to get to work. So with the 2 advanced practice providers working under the supervision of a physician, we definitely think that we could get many more exam slots in and probably reduce the wait time to 2 weeks. Just as in going to a doctor's office, there can be a wait time in getting people scheduled, and many of our departments send large batches of people to medical services. This is one very simple fix in one area where we could identify that a mere 2 people staffing it would make a great difference to departments.
And so I'd like it if you could come back with a report basically outlining all the areas where through funding we could eliminate bottlenecks and create an entirely efficient system. I know it's not budgeted, but I know some of the budgets I think are very substantial just because we have the money and we put them into things that would be great to do. But I think little tiny tweaks in a few of them in the increase and putting it into personnel would be a night and day difference in terms of how the city functions. So if you could come back with that timely for the budget process, and not a special study, but for us to actually include, I would greatly appreciate it.
And Mr. Kretz, if I could just add one point to that same report, because we're talking about the medical clearances. In addition to steps where funding might be able to alleviate those roadblocks and bottlenecks, I'd also like to have included in that report areas where we might change practice to eliminate some of those roadblocks as well. Like, are medical clearances really necessary for all of the employees that are currently receiving them? And is it really necessary for our medical officers to actually do that clearance as opposed to getting a slip from a doctor? So there are other recommendations that personnel might have for things that we do just because we do them, and they may not in fact be mission critical to getting the best workforce.
That would be great.
Thank you. Did you have anything else?
Nothing else.
Great. Thank you. We'll go next to Mr. Price.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation, personnel, for the presentation. Obviously, you're a critical component in making our city run and keep it going. I support the request for equity officer and bridge the jobs funding. I think those are 2 programs that are consistent with what we're trying to do. But since this implementation of the targeted local hire program has been successful in hiring and providing opportunities for citizens at a entry-level position, and these are employees who are hanging around. You know, they want to work and they're lasting. But talk a little bit about what the personnel department is doing to working with other departments to encourage use of a targeted local hire and to help facilitate. Seems like I remember a couple of reports we had in PAW that there was lukewarm support in some departments, some very committed departments, or really taking up the mantle. But what can we do to assist these departments more proactively engage the benefits of targeted local hire? And similarly, related, I should say, talk about the bridge to jobs and its role in expanding targeted local hire, and how you plan to pilot this program if we can find some money to make it happen.
Thank you very much for the question. I will say that the council and some of your colleagues here on this very committee have been very vocal, and we appreciate all the efforts on the PAW committee as well bringing departments forward to inquire on a periodic basis how many target local hire participants you've hired to date. I mean, for example, in the personnel department, we're very proud to say we've hired 28, and we always have that figure ready at the top of our head because it's something that we're very proud of. These have been excellent employees, and many departments have felt the same way. At this point, we have virtually every department that has participated in the target local hire. So it was a little bit slow in getting going, but now we've got over 500. We celebrated our 500th hire already. We've had some departments that have actually been very much leaders in their participation. LAWA has always been an early leader. LAPD has actually been a very, very proud supporter of target local hire. Library, and recently Street Services has really started to hire a lot of people through target local hire. Library was so committed that they prepared a testimonial video for us, and again, we're really appreciative of your efforts in getting the word out. A couple of ways of expanding the program and creating more opportunities is we have expanded from the initial 6 or 7 job classifications to up to 11 classifications now. So now we have departments such as Animal Services who are now able to participate, and we give these are different jobs now that are available to this candidate pool. Which has been a very robust candidate pool. We also have very little attrition with this candidate pool, no more than you would through a normal civil service process. And we have resources that are available for working with the community-based organizations and so forth to ensure that we have successful candidates who are ready for city jobs. The Bridge to Jobs program is something that we're very excited about. When we've been discussing with departments, perhaps some of their reluctance or their inability to hire more people in the target local hire program, what they've indicated is they really have a need, vacancies in some semi-skilled jobs, where it wouldn't be necessarily something such as target local hire, where you could take someone who doesn't necessarily have any prerequisites and train them up into a job for 6 months. These are job classifications which may require a particular aptitude in reading comprehension or math. So what we would propose to do is to create a aptitude test for these candidates. We would initially offer it to the same pool as target local hire. So again, these are many of our underserved communities. And those that meet the aptitude test, we could build into this new Bridge to Job program. Initially, what we'd like to do is work with 3 classifications that have been specifically requested by our operating departments. These are electrical craft helpers, assistant inspectors, and accounting clerks. Right now we have nearly 200 vacancies or potential job opportunities just in these 3 classifications. So this is another opportunity to bring great jobs to folks that may be underserved. And this isn't the end. Just as with Target Local Hire, where we've had people from Target Local Hire promote into civil service jobs, we would expect that these people who come in as trainees would eventually would promote up the career ladder, become building or construction inspectors, become electrical mechanics or electricians, or become accountants. And our hope is that once we build up the infrastructure, the tests that I mentioned, the reading and math tests, we could then also work with departments and find other job classifications so the program could even be expanded.
Well, I share your optimism. I think it is an excellent opportunity and one that we should be exploiting whenever we can. On another matter, related matter, does personnel currently have a budget to travel out of the state to recruit, or just depends, or how do you handle recruiting out of the state?
The personnel department has not had funding in civilian recruitment since the recession. In this proposed budget, we're very pleased and again grateful to the mayor's office and CAO. We did receive staffing for recruitment as well as $100,000 of money that could be spent on traveling, for example. We do work with other departments that do travel, that do on-campus recruitments, go all over the country, and we work with them.
Our department, police department, who else?
We have departments such as Bureau of Engineering that goes out to do on-campus recruiting and looking for engineers at many different campuses. Other departments have started to do that. We're also starting to look at conferences particularly looking at diversity recruitment or some hard-to-fill jobs. And with some of the inventions that we're talking about doing, these innovations, including anytime, anywhere testing, as well as the ability to do a video interview, not just merely a Skype interview, but actually a recorded interview that a candidate could do from their smartphone. It may not even be necessary to incur as much travel expenses. We can make our dollars go further by approaching a campus or a conference center and advising potential candidates, hey, you can apply for one of our tests online from your dorm room, or you can record an interview with your smartphone, and someone from the city will be able to evaluate it later. So again, we're trying to use some of these, use new technology to try to stretch our dollars further. We also, I think, use a lot of social media, and with LAPD, for example, some of the outreach that we've done for other geographic areas to encourage people to come and join LAPD has been through targeted social media outreach. So those are some ways that we're hopeful that we're going to be spending the additional dollars that we are very grateful for.
Well, I certainly applaud your use of technology and social media to advance our personnel quests, and so keep up the good work. But I would like to get, Mr. Chairman, maybe a memo on the bridge program, job to bridge programs, and how we can fund this in a way that really does supplement the targeted local hire and provide opportunities and resources to potential employees.
Okay. Thank you. Very good. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Koretz asked a lot of what I was going to go over. Totally support giving you more resources. You desperately need them. Wanted to ask a very targeted question about the ETAP Employee Metro Pass Pilot Program. And maybe someone at the table knows, maybe someone doesn't. My understanding is that yesterday, we discussed this in last year's budget, trying to get more robust programs for employees to ride share, car share, get to work other than a single passenger occupancy vehicle. And it turned out it was subject to a meet and confer process for reasons that utterly baffled me last year and still baffle me this year, why giving someone an additional option required us to meet and confer. But my understanding is that yesterday was the first meeting in 10 years of the Joint Labor Management Committee on Commute Options and Parking. And I'm curious how that went and if any decisions were made on moving a pilot program forward.
Yeah, I'll run a call on Ms. Yoxheimer. Last week it was, and you're right, 10 years. But it's because parking funds the revenues for some of these programs, so that's why it is a process that goes under that. But please update us on the meeting.
And I would just add, council members, you will hear from your employees if somebody has parking and the parking is free below where they work, and then you try to decide that a different kind of situation matters, your employees do care about that.
Do you really want to start that conversation with Mr. Bonin? Really?
Jody Oxheimer. So the meeting went quite well, and the committee basically adopted the recommendations that staff had made to move forward to find a consultant to help us develop a best practices blueprint looking at great transit options all across the country. So the committee asked that the staff bring back to the next meeting the scope of work and the solicitation document that will be used to select the consultant. And then we would anticipate that the ETAP program will be part of that next conversation at the next meeting. And we will work closely with the CAO to clarify any jurisdictional elements, whether it's meet and confer or the matter can be taken up by this Joint Labor Management Committee.
Okay, great. I appreciate that.
And sir, the study, there is funding for the study.
And there is. Yes. Great. Okay. That was my next question. Thank you. And it's not, we don't have to take away the parking. We can give them an option instead of a subsidized parking of a transit pass, for instance.
Mr. Bottom, we might invite you to meet.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. First, I certainly echo my colleagues in the need to make you as efficient as possible, and because we realize the city is depending on you, as you know, and that's what gets you to work every day. A couple of questions, just to drill down a little bit more on the medical backlog. Is that a question of a backlog that can be cleared, or is that a systemic backlog that you need the positions forever? Is it the kind of backlog where you could contract and get the backlog done, or is it the kind of thing that we need to get folks on because it's going to be a continual problem every year?
I think we've gotten something like a 50% increase in medical scheduling. I can ask Aram Kayumjan to provide more details, but we do find this as sort of a systemic increase in demand, probably that would merit. We do get some cyclical, for example, summer employees and so forth, but we also have needs in our custodial care where these advanced practice providers would be well utilized as well. But I'll let Aram elaborate.
Thank you, Councilmember. It's not so much of a backlog as just a scheduling issue. So there are only so many candidates a physician can see in a given day. So once those appointments are booked, then we go to the next day and the next day. So at some point, somebody may not be able to get an appointment for 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And like Ms. Macy said, sometimes these our client departments hire in clusters. So for instance, there may be seasonal hiring for lifeguards or the summer night light programs, or they may hire in clusters because they have some kind of academy starting, let's say for detention officer or traffic officer or some such thing. So there can be an infusion of candidates at one time. We've had significant increases in police hiring over the last 3 years. And for police officers, we actually see way more candidates than we hire. So medical is very busy with them, and those are particularly intensive tests. So the capacity is lessened because those candidates take up a great deal of time. And if we had the advanced practice providers, we estimate that we would add more than 3,000 appointment slots, which really wouldn't be a backlog issue. People could start scheduling immediately, and we would cut down the time immediately. But with the increased number of positions that the city is getting and has gotten, we think this is something that we should add to our staffing on a regular basis rather than contracting out.
Yeah, that's what I suspected. I just wanted to clear that up, which is that it really is a systemic thing. It's not, when you talk about backlogs, you think of there's just this pool out there, and if we could clear that, we'd be good. But that's not the case. From what you're saying, which is that even if I magically took that group off the table, the problem would still be happening.
Yes, the issue is one of increased workload.
Got it. I'd heard did we used to have a policy a while ago about if you had a master's degree, you could avoid the test sometimes? I'd heard something like that. I don't know if that's true, and if it's not, then maybe forget it. But if it is, then the question is there something like that we could move forward with for some of the higher level positions?
Well, we're always looking to come to a more sort of competency-based exam system. So, I mean, I think our hope in the future is that once someone demonstrates, and I think this new test that we're doing for Bridge to Jobs is a perfect example, is basically having a score bank. So once you've been tested for something, or once you've established that you have a particular credential in something, there's no need to check again. So that is something that we're looking for, as something that could expedite some of our promotional processes, either deeming, once someone has deemed that they've established competency in a particular area, that there's no need to test them again. So I think you're on the right track, that these are sort of process improvements we're looking to eliminate some of the things that make test parts more cumbersome.
I mean, so could that be done? I mean, a master's degree, for example, from an accredited university, could that not avoid some of the testing? Or it has to be our own test?
We would have to look at it and just make sure that the degree program was reasonably related to the job that we're testing for. I don't see why it wouldn't be the case, but we'd have to look at it.
Well, I guess I'll ask for a report back on that as a way to, anything we can do to try to decrease the number of folks who have to go through testing, if there's a way they can demonstrate competency would be worthwhile. So I'd ask you to look into that. The anytime, anywhere testing. I was very excited about that last year when we talked about it. Sounds great that we're continuing it. Just wanted to get a sense of the results. I know there have been some metrics on it, but especially in engineering, that's letting us go to HBUCs and all sorts of others. So is it working? How do we know it's working? What are the metrics?
We've already established 29 eligible lists using anytime, anywhere testing. We have another 51 in progress. So far, it's been very successful. It gives people another opportunity. We haven't yet necessarily received as much geographical dispersion as we might think, but we hope that the recruitment dollars coupled with that would allow our geographic outreach to be expanded. Along with the express testing, the idea is that this greatly reduces the amount of time by which departments have to wait to get a list, because you don't have to wait for LA High or Fairfax High to be available on a given Saturday to administer a test. We can do these periodically, and people can do them from home. So it's been a great time saver. We're very happy with that success. One thing that I do want to, and I'm chagrined to have to say, we didn't necessarily anticipate that this would be such a big issue, is even though we offer anytime, anywhere testing, there are a lot of candidates who are choosing to come in and take the test in person. So, for example, with management analysts, which is I'm picking that one because that's a classification that every department uses. 75% of the candidates chose to come in and do the test rather than doing it from home. So we're asking ourselves, why is this the case? And part of it is really sort of a culture change. We have to get people more comfortable. I think there's a little bit of reluctance. There's a little bit of fear. Well, what if I'm doing it from home and my computer freezes and there's no one to help me, and what am I going to do? So we've been really being proactive. We've been asking our candidates about their experience, and we're taking that feedback. We're using it to develop practice tests so that they can feel more comfortable. We're working with our vendor on common troubleshooting issues, and we also are creating a sort of an email to address candidate questions quickly. So overall, our numbers are sort of 55%, 45%. So our new candidates to the city are a little bit more I guess, willing to try to do it from home. With those that do it, we actually get very high marks. We're upwards of 80% say, this is great, I wish the city had done this long ago, I'm so glad the city is modernizing, this was a great experience, it was easy to follow, and so forth. So again, once they do it, they love the experience, but some, particularly existing city employees, are reluctant to try it. So that's something that we have to work harder on, because in order to fully achieve all that we can achieve with it, we really have to get more people to actually take it remotely.
On another topic, the dispute resolution, the ADR programs that are designed to reduce our workers' comp costs, especially at LAPD, are those programs that we've been putting in previous years, are they having their desired results?
Yeah, I'll let Jody expand on it, but as you're aware, we have one with the Coalition of City Unions, and we have also one with PPL. They're designed to help injured workers get medical treatment more quickly, resolve claims more quickly, return employees to work as soon as practical. So this reduces workers' comp costs in the long term and short term. It was launched on May 1st and is overseen by a labor management working group. Jody participates in that group, and I'm happy to have her expand on this.
So as Ms. Macy mentioned, we are working to resolve claims more quickly. We've also implemented a medical provider network, and we're having injured workers seen more quickly. That process is facilitated by a member advocate who helps smooth the process and remove some of the friction that has traditionally existed between the injured worker and the workers' compensation process. So all of that is working incredibly well, and the feedback we've gotten from our police labor partners has been very, very positive. On the cost side, what we are actually expecting to find is that in the short term, our costs may go up, because currently most of the claims that we are resolving currently are 3 or more years old, 2 or more years old. And so as we start to settle claims more quickly, that in the short term we expect will have a bigger impact, but then it will reduce the tail, if you will, of costs. And so the savings that we expect will be probably not as immediate as we would like.
Because, but otherwise they would have gone to court, which also would have been delayed.
Correct, right. So the ADR process is designed to get an injured worker in to see a doctor quickly. It's designed to resolve disputes quickly, to use mediation and arbitration as opposed to the statutory system for workers' compensation. Right. We've actually not had any arbitrations yet, and I don't believe we've actually had any cases go to mediation yet. So things are actually, at least for the first year, working really smoothly.
Great, thank you. Another question about maybe if you could explain the relationship between the development of the new human resources and payroll system and personnel's efforts to move to electronic records. Are there cost savings in ensuring that the personnel records are digitized when the new HRP system is up and running? Are they independent or are they symbiotic?
So due to previous budget investments by this council, we've been implementing what we call PERCs, which is an ambitious project to eliminate our paper personnel files. So paper files, as you know, are at risk for physical destruction, as we saw actually happen with the Da Vinci fire a few years ago. It is an inefficiency because it does in hiring, because it requires staff to travel back and forth to look at physical files, and obviously it's bad for the environment to create so much paper. So we've been working on digitizing these computerized personnel records. First on a go-forward basis, so all new employees hired, we start them on a digitized basis. We've worked on, I think, 7 pilot departments. We're in the process of expanding it to the 24 consolidated departments. We also have a separate project, which is the time-consuming, arduous scanning of all the pre-existing personnel files, which, as you can imagine, are oddball-sized pages and card stock and so forth. So that's in itself a large project. Expanding it to the entire city, LAWA, so forth, would require additional resources. This will facilitate all the records then being uploaded into the HRP system. So the two systems will fit together and talk to each other. So proactively transitioning all of our city personnel folders into this digital format in advance of the HRP implementation in 2 years will actually save us money with the contractor down the line, because now they'll be able to achieve the money and achieve the records in a digital format now that this is in place, rather than having to work directly from the paper. So ITA has, for example, indicated that clean digital data is one key to the successful implementation of the HRP system. So we do think that it directly supports and facilitates the transfer.
No, that's great. That's what I was worried about, is making sure that at the end of the day that the systems talk to each other, that we're not 2 years from now when HRP is up and running or whatever, that we say, oh, well, none of these records can smoothly fit in. We need to spend all this money to, get them to fit together. But that's been thought of, and it's going to be a smooth transition. So that's a good thing. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz.
Just to add on to the digitizing of files, I know when I first suggested this, I'm not sure whether the contractor ultimately does it, but it also populates, or has the ability, I assume this does, to populate multiple files at once. So instead of filling in the same change in multiple places, I assume our system is capable of making all those changes. So you change to a department, or you add a dependent or something, and you wouldn't have to go to every single file where that change is located and redo it multiple times.
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah, this system also is going to be, it does communicate already with the PACER system, and it will also facilitate communication with the new HRP system, but all this is filled in because of the payroll system.
Now, I don't know if we've looked at one of our processes, which is, I know we confirm the qualifications of our candidates and then we test them. Is there a way that we could change that to asking them to certify that they're qualified and only confirm the ones that have actually gotten a high enough score that we could consider hiring them? That seems like it would reduce the workload. Has anyone looked at that?
We've tried to implement any innovative practices we can with our departments. For example, with ITA, I think it's Applications Programmer, we did actually do exactly as you suggested and work with the department, and just basically, instead of having our application review staff cull through many hundreds and hundreds of documents, basically move forward and then have it pending the review further down. And so we make a judgment call depending on the number of applicants we believe we will receive, the type of background that's necessary. And we also have, to some extent, also with our backgrounds, move that back in the process because of our inability to check that until after a contingent job offer is made. So some of these practices have been put in place. They then become more labor intensive further down the line, but you're right, there are fewer candidates or applications that they need to go through.
Right, so if 90% of them aren't going to score high enough to qualify and then you check them, obviously you saved a lot of checking of qualifications. So maybe you could report back on a special report on how that might be expanded. Sounds like you've done it a few times, but I think that could be a big time savings for your department if it was done more extensively. Also, I'd like to ask for one report back to PA Committee, maybe 3 months after the budget process is over, on targeted local hire feeder classifications and an effort to find additional classifications that we haven't found so far. Also to work with the CAO to determine if we can permit departments to use a portion of their salary savings if it's used to hire TLH candidates. And lastly, if we could have a report back to a PA committee at the same time on the further development of the new Bridge to Jobs program and how it is proceeding. And that is everything.
Okay, thank you. In that it is 6:15, I'm going to go rapid fire through a series of reports and then we're going to just move on. First, I would like to ask for a report from personnel with specific strategies for utilizing their additional liaison services and other techniques to reduce the vacancy rates at HSID, DOT, sanitation, and street services. That can be a special study report back. I'd like to ask for a report on workers' compensation costs with specific strategies to reduce workers' compensation incidences and costs. And related to that, this last several budgets have projected $1.2 million in avoided workers' compensation costs. I'd like to understand what the metrics are by which that's determined, because actual costs seem to exceed that. Actual costs avoided seem to exceed that every year. So I'd like to understand that better. And then with regard to testing, if the controller issued a report in August 2018 calling for continuous testing as to certain job classifications. I'd like to get a report back from personnel about what efforts will be made to determine which job classifications can be tested on a continuous basis and what resources would be needed to do that. And then finally, tomorrow the council is going to vote on a comprehensive series of recommendations for improving reporting of sexual harassment and discrimination in the city. We've already made substantial progress in that, but it's a whole bunch of recommendations coming tomorrow. And in this proposed budget, we're already projecting that 90% of discrimination complainants are contacted within 10 days of filing the complaint, which is a bit down from the 100% that we estimated in last year's budget. So I'd like to get a report back on whether the resources that are available in this budget are sufficient to be able to implement the recommendations that will be in the council's before the council tomorrow, and what it would take to ensure that we continue to contact 100% of the complainants on a timely basis in this budget year as well. And that's all I have for now. So, members, anything else for personnel? All right. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Ms. Macy. Thank you to you and your whole team. Okay. So we are now 40 minutes behind schedule, members, and 45 minutes away from the witching hour. So we're going to go ahead and invite up EWDD. And we're going to hold out hope that we're going to make our 7 o'clock deadline, which
I think I can help you.
very committed to. So, Mr. Raymer, we don't really need to hear a report. Feel free to introduce your staff, and then we'll move right into questions. We have your letter. Thank you for submitting it. Go right ahead.
Good. I'm going to stay consistent and say good afternoon, evening. Chairman Krikorian and to the committee, John Reamer, the interim general manager for the Economic Workforce Development Department. I'm pleased to be joined with Anthony Sanchez to my left, Robert Sines, and Sam Hughes. I'm ready to answer any questions. I just appreciate the mayor for a budget that definitely takes into consideration the importance of economic and workforce development. Our partnership with the CEO has been fantastic. The dialogue has been great. So I don't have anything to add other than to state that the men and women in the Economic and Workforce Development Department, they have been fantastic. In my 4 months here, it has been a very enjoyable ride and a partnership that I always thought it would be, given my life at the Bureau of Contract Administration, which is another conversation. But this is an opportunity for us to pave the highway to hope and bridge opportunities for those that are facing barriers, and to address the issues that many of you have shared with me with respect to our great concern over economic development and welfare that adds to our workforce development opportunities. So we're here to answer any questions that you might have. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and again, your patience for allowing us to go this evening.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for all your patience in waiting until this hour. And let me just say to begin with, you're a breath of fresh air, and it is great to have you at the helm of this department. It's great to have you at the helm of every department you've been at the helm of, but this one means a lot to me, and so I want to applaud you on the work that you've done already in your interim status. 2 quick questions from me. First, LA Rise, I think, has been a phenomenal success, and all of us are really enthusiastic about it. What I'm concerned about with LA Rise is monitoring ongoing success of the participants. And so I wonder what we've done to determine how many what percentage of participants remain in a permanent job for some period of time after they leave the program. Do we have that data already? And if not, what do we need to do to gather it?
Good evening. Robert Sines, Assistant General Manager. Yes, so we're actually tracking from the very first cohort of individuals from our workforce development grant that we received from the Department of Labor. So we have SPR, Social Policy Research, and as you remember when we first started this grant and this endeavor, it was really to test the best practices of serving our most hard to serve populations. So we are tracking that initial cohort of 500 individuals. We had our first internal report that was released last spring. Our final report will be coming within the next 6 months, and we'll have very hard data from the first cohort. Now, the second tranche of dollars that we've received from the county Measure H and the city's general fund investment, we are tracking those individuals as well. They're not a part of the special study, but we do have direct access to their wage base file. And when we do choose to actually invest and study that group, we'll have the actual data to do that. And then on an ongoing basis, our target was 50% of all of our participants to go into permanent employment, so knowing that there was going to be a drop-off. For this homeless population, usually they don't get beyond the teens. Usually it's a 15 or 16% employment rate. Right now we're experiencing close to a 40% employment rate of the individuals that are going through. Of the 2,300 odd individuals that have been through the program, almost 100% of them have already had work experience. So remember, most of our dollars that we put in go into subsidized wages. So we're trying to build back that hope that Mr. Reamer talked about, that we want folks to be inside the workplace, regardless of their status in terms of the housing, and while they're developing that housing permanent options, we want them to have that hope of work, that learned experience of being on the job.
Terrific. Look forward to that report. Thank you very much. With regard to the gang injunction settlement implementation, there's $6.4 million still in the unappropriated balance. How much of the gang injunction settlement funding has already been used in this fiscal year? What's the likelihood of needing that funding in the UB? And I guess for starters, let's start there.
Okay. So on the gang injunction, and we formally call it LARCA, Ally Reconnection Academy. And one of the reasons why we've named it, it was really for it to be employer-centric. So when we send participants out, we don't want them saying they're part of a gang injunction settlement, and so that doesn't go fly off the tongue as well. So they're part of the LA Reconnections Academy. So that's the purpose of the renaming of it. But of the individuals, we did have a slower start than anticipated for the first fiscal year. But that was somewhat unexpected activities that were happening around the community, and in particular the ICE stings and other type of stings. So quite frankly, many participants didn't believe that this resource was available to them. So we really did spend that first year just educating the community. We've had some really great success stories. Housing Authority in particular, I would like to call them out. They've done fantastic in terms of reaching the individuals that are within the Housing Authority. Specifically for dollars, we have actually expended and I don't have the exact dollar off the top of my head, about $1.5 million that have been expended. About $5 million is in obligated contracts that we have within our work source centers. We have over 300 individuals that are active currently, plus another 200 that have signed up for the services that are in the process of being activated. So for hard dollars, for next fiscal year, we want to spend the first in, first out. So we're going to spend that obligated dollars that we would have. We would know better if we're going to use the UB by the second quarter of the next fiscal year. We anticipate that there will probably be no more than maybe $1 million that we would utilize, because we want to use that first $5 million.
Can you delineate that, please, in a very brief report back, just so that we have those that breakdown?
Exactly.
That would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, that's it for me. Mr. Bonnet. Oh, he's not here. Mr. Blumenfield.
First, I want to echo the chairman in that we're thrilled, Mr. Reamer, of you being there and the work that you're doing. I also want to thank you for coming out to my district not too long ago to meet with my both of you, for meeting with my Bobcats or community action teams on business. It's a good partnership. I wanted to ask you about two particular issues that are pertinent this year. One is the CRA excess bond proceeds. As you know, I've been very focused on this the author of the bill that did the wind down, and I really want to make sure we get all of that money spent, and the 10 properties that we have access to making a development deal, that we make that happen. So the short question is, do we have the resources? Are we good to go? Do you need anything more from us to make sure that we draw down the full $83 million and that we deal with all 10 properties?
Clearly, it is a priority for the city family. We do not want to miss out on this opportunity, and it's going to take a partnership. We've been working with the CAO, but it's going to be all of us having to just step up and respond so that we hit the dates. Recently, we submitted a calendar, if you will, for the many projects that we are aware of, that's been brought to our attention. But I would encourage all of the council districts to let us know as quickly as possible. We are committed to doing everything we can. It is a priority in our department. When they come our way, we stop everything else. Now, I don't say that to let every people wait till the last minute, but it's clearly something that we are committed to making sure that it happens. And so I would just say, do we need more? No, we don't. I don't believe we need any more people. It's just us making sure that together we partner to make this happen.
Well, and getting the other departments, because we only have a few months to encumber this money, right? I mean, if it's not encumbered, and there's a lot of bottlenecks, not just in your entity, but in various entities throughout the city. And I've talked with Public Works and other folks to try to make sure they're all aware that this has to be prioritized. Otherwise, we lose this windfall from the state or from
education goes a long way, and outreach, and we have a team that's been going out and working with and meeting with departments. And there are some who nail it. They understand and they get it. Others don't do this as often. But again, our commitment is to make sure that we don't fail. We as a city family, not so much our department, but all of us. And we're committed to doing what we can do. We certainly can report back to you on our strategy, if you will, to make sure that this is not a failure, because we recognize how important it is to succeed.
Great. No, that would be great to get a report back on that, and if there's any avenues where we can be helpful, either as budget committee or as a council, to make sure that you have the resources you need. Because I don't know that with council offices alone can't push this through. We obviously need
Understood.
The department. Another issue that's particular for this year, the census. Part of your mission for 1920 fiscal year has got to be census outreach, encouraging, facilitating completion of the census. And I'm thinking, the work source centers, the youth source centers. We have the services that deal with the hard to reach communities, and including LA Rise. Is there a plan in action to help facilitate the census so we get counted properly? And is that something that you need more resources for, or can manage within the existing resources?
Yes, very important to us. So we have two main thrusts. One is actually filling the positions that are going to be available as enumerators and field reps, and drawing upon the local communities. So nothing outreach is better than neighbors and folks from their communities back out. So we actually just held in the Public Works room about a month ago a major recruitment fair with all of our work source, youth source centers, and the census. So that was actually getting them ready to do that hiring. And then the second piece is around the public education piece. So we have, and we've already committed to the mayor's census team to use all of our facilities, including our business source centers and our partners with LAUSD and the community colleges, to outreach through all those avenues there. So coordinated efforts between the city and the county, and through our centers, we hopefully be able to reach those very communities that always are underrepresented and underserved. The day labor sites, which is one of the non-traditional sites, we're trying to bring them in as well. And if there's one bit of area of additional resources to think of, would be actually at that particular site, through the day labor sites. Because that's a particular piece of population that wouldn't be touched through our other traditional systems.
Great. And I'm asking this question of really all the departments that have some touch on this. It's not just you, but I look at this census thing as this is probably, it may not seem like the biggest priority because we have so many things going, but this is determining our funds, as you all know, for 10 years, and it will have a major, major impact. So if there is anything that you need, or if you know, I don't know if it makes sense to do a report back.
Now you got me thinking of, in particular, on the day labor side, so if you don't mind.
All right, so then let me formalize that and I'll probably do that with the other departments as well, because it's so important to ask for a report back on plan for the census and funding that you may have or may need for that census. Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to express my appreciation for the unique role that economic and workforce development plays in advancing the city's interests. And I want to share the chair's comment about John Reamer. We really appreciate your leadership, John, at the helm, setting a tone, I think, of collaboration and cooperation that some of us haven't seen in a while. So we're just glad you're there. You know, the business source centers are an important component, an important tool in our toolbox. And it appears that there's been some drop-off of jobs created, at least from 2014. Can you speak as to why this is, and do you think we need some additional funding at these centers, or do we need to evaluate the number of centers or where they're located, or what's your take on the business source centers?
Well, let me give you two responses, one from me and one from Sam Hughes. We are looking very closely at our business source centers, and the one thing that I know that the chair certainly appreciates, and I resonate with that, is the importance of metrics, measuring and taking a look and seeing not just what we're doing, but how we're doing it and why we're doing it. Since Sam has been in this position, that has been one of the priorities, to check and make sure that our numbers have substance to them. That's not to disparage anything that came before, but it's just what is a job? And not just they went out for today and then they didn't go back tomorrow, but is there retention there in that job? So we're asking more of our business source centers. We are in the process of crafting the next RFP for the business source centers. We currently have 9. I can't say now that number will remain 9 because we want to take a look and see, and that's not to scare any of the 9 that are there now, but what do we want to accomplish here, and what do we want from these business source centers? Clearly, this is the second largest city in the nation, an economy to be rivaled by many countries in the world, and we have a great opportunity here. We really do, to use that resource that you've invested in, the mayor has invested in, to shepherd these small businesses and businesses. Our thought is to attract, to retain, so that those businesses here can grow and thrive. And the 9 business source centers that we have is a great opportunity to do that. So the droppers in the numbers that you see is more of a refinement to bring about quality instead of quantity, to making sure that those numbers are real and meaningful. That will be the approach going forward. I see it as a roller coaster, if you will. There will be a temporary drop, but we're going to be moving up to a higher level. Now, granted, in a roller coaster, that has not been the best analogy. You eventually settle down, but ours is to take it to a higher level with sound, strong numbers. Is there anything you want to add, Sam?
I echo his sentiment.
Well, that's good to know. I mean, as I said, the business source centers are a real resource, and we want them to be smart and to be effective. And so we appreciate your approach to making that happen. Something else we're very concerned about are the opportunity zones. Again, we think that this is going to be a unique opportunity for many areas in our city. Question is, what are we doing to get information out, informing businesses about this program, and encouraging investors to look at it, helping to identify projects that might be worthy of consideration? Do we need to expand your business assistance program or add some marketing dollars to it so that we can leverage these resources in ways that they were intended, especially in the areas that I represent?
Well, first and foremost, I must take my hat off to the mayor's office. They have been a strong support in making sure that we do get the word out. For all those that are listening, EWDDLAcity.com is a website that you can click on, and you will find a pretty robust information sheet on opportunity zones. To Sam Hughes' credit and the team on the economic workforce side, they've worked real hard to put together a nice package of defining what opportunity zones are and what they can do. Coupled with that, we've been working with the council offices and the mayor's office to put together a prospectus for the city so that we can court, if you will, those investors to see the advantages of investing in the city of Los Angeles. We think it's a great opportunity. It's unknown for many. We're still learning about it. Many are. But we recognize the importance of it being an economic vehicle and tool that we do not want to lose the opportunity to take advantage of. So we're doing all that we can. What more can we do? Just continue to communicate to as many as we can, both externally and internally. One of the things that we're going to do is, and we've had some meetings, but convene more meetings with the council offices, so as to share what we know. And we want to be sponges. We want to soak up as much as we can so that we can have a very robust presentation to an investing world. LA is a place that you should want to come to, not just because we have great weather, but because of all the services that we provide here. This is a worthwhile investment, and so this vehicle, the Opportunity Zone, is enabling us to do that. So I would encourage all who haven't to take a look at the website and view what we have there.
Okay, we will definitely do that. Also, something that has been in much anticipation is the city-wide economic development strategy, something we've been talking about for some time. I understand we are nearing completion of it, and we are anxiously waiting to see that. But we want to get some idea of how EWDD is going to use this study to bring new grant dollars, new EDA resources to our communities. What can you do? What can you do to work with the council offices closer to make sure that all the districts are benefiting and taking a part in this strategy, this citywide economic development strategy?
Well, what can little old me do? The one thing that we've done already, which we will continue to do, is open up our doors and recognize that it is our plan, not EWD's plan, but it's the city's plan that we will all benefit from. And the city's plan in the sense that it's going to involve many, if not all, the departments in the city, the council offices, the mayor. We will all own this plan. It is a strategy that says we are committed to not necessarily mirroring what other economies are doing, because LAU is unique in many ways, as we spoke to, very diverse. We want inclusiveness in the things that we do, and there are opportunities that are great here. So the first thing is to have as many as will to come and share. And Sam's team has been doing that, reaching out, working with CLA's office, the mayor's office, many council offices, departments to get input. Inside of that plan, it speaks to areas in our city that we want to focus specifically, as well as the city as a whole. Inside of this plan, it's going to speak to things that we would like to do as it relates to the opportunities to build the economy, recognizes the importance of not just economic development, but workforce development. The two must go hand in hand, hand in glove. You can't have employers without employees, nor employees without employers. So this relationship will be a great one. We have in our region great institutions for workforce development. Robert alluded to it earlier with respect to our community colleges, our high schools. I mean, I welcome the day where we can look back and once again revisit inside of our schools vocational training, and not just using the term apprentice in something with respect to construction, but moving it into other areas, other sectors. I was talking to Ted Ross the other day with respect to the technology sector, the information age, with respect to healthcare. There are many areas where we can go, so this speaks to that. What do we need? We want to, first of all, thank and acknowledge the Mayor's Office for giving us the position in the budget to work with our economic workforce team with respect to our business advancement team. And we recognize part of this SEDS includes a small business commission that addresses needs of the small business. It includes a task force that has city departments coming together. We basically just need everyone to appreciate the fact that we want all who will to come to the table and share, and we are willing to hear you. We want to hear what you have to say. Many hands make light work, and altogether, this will be a great opportunity for the city.
Well, I agree, and it's a roadmap that's been long overdue, and one that really benefits from the input of everybody involved. So, Mr. Chairman, I just request a report back on the SEDS implementation and necessary staffing so that we can make sure that the resources are there when the report is completed, that it can be implemented. So, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to join in that and make sure that that's a budget impact report, because that hopefully that day will be coming very soon. At 6:42, I'd like to go next to Mr. Koretz.
I will ask just a few brief questions. First of all, are you working with the Cannabis Department to support their social equity program? And
oh my goodness,
how?
Are we? Yes, we are. Robert, why don't you speak to that? Great question.
So we have a bus tour on Thursday, leaving from our department. We're hosting actually our first symposium on cannabis-related jobs. So folks don't understand that the extent of new employment that's created with this new industry. So it's not just necessarily the bud tenders, as they call, as the folks come back or in the store, but it's all that back office as well as the marketing and the testing. And so there's going to be some really great job opportunities. Right now, we don't have a really good handle on that information. So we're starting about creating an educational forum. Actually, it's going to happen this Thursday, bringing all of our workforce directors, and we're having an expert panel from the cannabis community that's going to present. Then we're actually putting folks on a bus, taking them to see an actual distribution center and seeing a growing center. But we've seen this as the first of many, many forums that we could actually get knowledge, and then to actually invest our resources very specifically where we could create new opportunities that would be career for folks and transferable skills that if someone doesn't want to stay in marketing in the cannabis industry, they could go to another industry. But it's really being skill specific and really dig down into these communities.
Great. And as you know, the city is gearing up to fight climate change more aggressively. Is your department preparing the workforce for green jobs or starting to look at that possibility?
We are. We welcome the opportunity to deal with the realities. As I alluded to in the opening, Highway to Hope, I really believe that's what this department brings. It helps individuals not only with barriers, but those that are transitioning due to automation and technology out of one profession into another. And the mayor's plan revealed yesterday, it speaks to that great opportunity. And we certainly want to be in the forefront of assisting in that professional workforce transition, preparing individuals, removing any fear and anxiety that they might have over being left out, responding to it in a great way, using the partnerships that we have with our community colleges and our community partners to address the issue. So we're starting on it now, and we look forward to making a great impact.
Great. And due to the lateness of the hour, I will skip a few less important questions.
You got 15 minutes. If you want to go for it, go for it. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask one or two more then.
This is not a precedent. But,
encouraging me to go longer. I'll just ask one other question. So what are you doing in terms of supporting the Targeted Local Hire program, and have you hired people from Targeted Local Hire in this department?
Well, two things. I'll start and I'll let Robert take over. Yes, we have hired individuals from the target local hire in our department, even graduated some, but we're also involved through the workforce centers, where all the individuals are processed through our workforce centers. So we are a quiet partner to get the process started, to, if you will, caseload and assess individuals, to bring them in and provide whatever assistance is necessary throughout the process. So we value the relationship with personnel. I want to add a little kudos to them for moving to the new addition of the bridge jobs. It will be a great enhancement, and it will, I'm believing, create greater opportunities.
So since the inception, we've been a key partner with personnel, and I really do want to applaud the personnel department and the general manager for really investing in the local communities. So as we structured the program, that all applicants come through our workforce centers. So there is actually a way that we provide them with all the information, and once they're orientated, they actually get a code to do the application for the target local hire. It does two things. One, it gives us the ability to do initial screening for folks that are ready. We move them forward. But more importantly is the folks that are not ready yet for a permanent job, that we're able to actually identify other resources for them and other training opportunities prior to them coming into the city application. The second thing that it really has done is it's been really rooted in the community. So where there's community agencies, not just our workforce centers, that have been working together to identify the population of applicants coming in. So currently, and I don't know if it came up in the last presentation, but well over 6,000 applicants. So while the city has hired 500, we have another 6,000 applicant pool from our local targeted communities that are waiting for these next jobs. And through our partnerships, we've actually have had other opportunities. MTA, we recruited for 80 bus drivers and their service attendants from our local hire tool or population. From LAUSD, who had a major hiring, we turned to the local hiring pool to actually provide those opportunities. So it's been a really great partnership. I'm a big fan. The U.S. Conference of Mayors actually just wrote it up as a best practice for the city. We got highlighted on a national publication for that. So everybody should be very proud of that program, and we're very proud to be a part of it.
Well, one other question on that. So we've been probably too successful in terms of recruiting people because we're actually hiring a little too slowly to handle them all. So have we considered some way to work with the business community to also encourage them to look at some of our pool? Obviously, we'll want to keep enough to hire ourselves, but I think we're well beyond that in terms of the available population.
And there is a committee, as you know, for target local hire that's been designing the criteria, because we just don't want to open up for any of the private community. So we want to have safeguards with it. But the one that we did do, Councilman Harris Dawson held a job fair for folks that were doing on Department of Sanitation contractors. And so these were folks that were actually hiring through city contracts, and we actually use that pool as an outreach, and we're able to hire through that as well. So we do expect other contractors that are city related that we could actually draw from that pool as our first low-hanging fruit.
But I hope we'll go further in that arena, because it is an opportunity for us to help some of our residents who are much less likely to get hired other ways to become employed. There are significant institutions that I think we could work with as a next step.
The community college, on that note, the community college, LAUSD, and Metro are all very jealous of us having this pool of resources and being able to do this target local hire.
But it's possible we could work with all those entities and help supply them good employees that we would like to see hired as well.
Yes. Right. At 6:50, Mr. Blumenfield.
I just have a very quick comment I wanted to add, which is about the grants, and it's just an appreciation. It's critical we maximize our grants, and I've been working on that. And I want to thank your department for being an early adopter of the eCivis program, grants management program, and continuing to participate in grant coordination meetings. And just to let you know, I'm looking forward to working with all the departments to get everybody up and running on eCivis, and look forward to working with you on that effort. But I wanted to appreciate that publicly at this hearing, so thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Eamer, to you and the team. Thanks for your patience in staying this late, and for all of your insights and good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, members, with that, our work for today is concluded. We're going to begin tomorrow, tomorrow's hearing with LASA, followed by the Fire Department, HCID, HACLA, and then the Bureau of Sanitation. And we'll begin. Our plan is to begin at 1 o'clock, depending on what happens with council schedule and so on. Remember that the first order of business will be to review our report back definitions, and we'll approve those. So then we'll take public comment again, and then we'll go into the departments. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for an efficient and productive first day's work. If there's nothing else for the moment, we are in recess.